taps, coffee brews, we're like, here we go. I'm the broken baker, chat's coming in slow. Lawyers pace, jury sits, the room hums alive. Leaning forward, screens glowing, this is where we thrive. Stream front row real, chat's the heartbeat, loud and clear. Trials come and go, but we stay near. Crimes up, crimes down, you're always here. Drops, lawyer jumps, tension spikes, we freeze frame, the jaw drop, chats and lower yikes. Not mocking the mess, just sharing the rush. Even silence feels like a crush. We read this stream front row real. Chats the heartbeat, loud and clear. Trials come and go, but we stay near. Crimes up, crimes down, you're always here. So grab your mug. Don't be late, the baker's life will set it straight.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. Please pass the pepper. Thank you for becoming a member on my very late night, very early stream this morning. New format, killing my algorithm. Hello, Empire. Is this the new Freak a Leak video? No, I have no videos to leak today. I've been doing other stuff in AI, so I haven't been making compilations of other people's. Hey, Sidey. Broken hearted. Hope you got some sleep. Well, my watch still says that I slept for 3 hours and 40 minutes, but I got half an hour more, so almost 5 hours of sleep. Kelly DD and this brief flag. So, no, I had a busy morning. Got up at 5, did about an hour, went back to bed, got up, went out shopping, doing some stuff. And then, because I was so mad at my early one, I did another one. And then someone came in and made me angry again. And Jamie wasn't even awake. So 2 times Jamie made me angry without being there. Hey, Tracy, how are you doing this fine morning? Well, today, hopefully it won't be as bad as yesterday when we have to sit and wait for anything to happen. The judge sent the jury home at... They were supposed to come back at 6 o'clock. I think they came back at 6:15 or 6:20 or something like that. And she said, the jury wants to go home. They're tired, which I totally understand because they have not been using the jury's time efficiently in this trial. Especially yesterday was such a big waste of time. Massive waste of time. Sue got up at 8, did not go back to sleep. No, but Sue, you probably didn't go to sleep at... What time did I go to sleep yesterday? My watch says I fell asleep 10 to 1. So, and then I got up again at 4:30. So probably that's why I needed to go back and just touch the pillow one more times. And I'm an hour early. No. I looked at this one. It says in 3 minutes. Are you fucking kidding me? I didn't go on Twitch at all. I went straight to bed. If you just watch the program sometimes, so you would remember that last night we stopped at 12:30 my time. Well, I was looking at Lawn and Crim's time. Fuck it. Well, I have that person who keeps talking about the escalator. This is fucking annoying. Now I'm mad again. I'm blaming Jamie. What was his name? Escalada? No, that's not his name. Uh, what was his name? Boop, 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 boop. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I am mad, so very, very mad today. And I am annoyed that they didn't do the well. La 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 la. Da da dee da dee da dee da da. Da 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 dee. Da do da dee da da. Find the video. Why can't I find the video I'm looking for? Come on. What was his name? I wish sometimes I could remember stuff. I have the worst memory in the world. Now we're back to Friday. No, that wasn't that. I could just open my own, but I'm not going to do it. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I know I watched that video. I watch way too much YouTube. Half of it is The Expert. That's his name. Escalada. Escalada. Bum 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 digga bum digga bum digga bum 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 digga bum 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 bum. I think this was it.
In his
Yes. Let's watch this so I don't have to sit and yell. Well, Lawn and Crim said 10. So, but let's not do that. Yes, he was found guilty at around 5 o'clock Eastern yesterday. No, 6 o'clock Eastern. Hey, moderate this. Yeah, but I have to entertain you until you go to bed. So I do night shows all the time. We're going to play something else, which is from the Escalada case. It's not. Yeah, it's about an hour, so that's about the thing. Don't pick on. Sue picks on me. Let's listen to jury instructions. Brandon, I would rather defile myself with a porcupine in my backside and a glove made of barbed wire than I want to listen to jury instructions. I'm not saying I didn't do it already just to pleasure myself, but I would rather. I'm just saying. Yes, Soto Escalada. I have this. Remind me when I've done this one. So, because stupid Lawn and Crim lied to me about when this was starting, which is actually stupid because I went back and watched, and I now when I think about it, no, she says 10 o'clock, but because I forget that Eastern time. We watched Escalada get found guilty. This is the trash guy who admitted to unaliving his future baby mama. Yeah, 2 cases in a row. When he was in the sentencing part of his hearing, normally I don't watch sentencings because I'm not a big fan of jury impact statements, and I think it has way too little to do with the law and way too much to do with I just want to cry and yell. But the state have given their reason why he should have the death penalty, and now we are here to listen to why his defense believes he shouldn't have the death penalty. So let's do that while we're waiting.
Sure. Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Greetings also to you. Tanya Wise, Josiah Wise, murdered by Jose, who is my client. The trial is always about the accused, but the case is about those two. The main facts of the case are that they are not here anymore. And I tell you that because it's true. And I tell you that because I wish you to recognize that I know it. None of the evidence that has come before you has been received by me in any inhuman or different way than you have received it. I've just lived with it for a much longer time. I wish to respond to some of the things that Prosecutor Richardson just indicated. He made a very strong case, and I told you yesterday that I am not going to quarrel with the fact that this was a coldly and calculatedly and premeditatedly done act. We have Jose's voice in his...
Yeah, that's why someone has been begging me to play it because I just find it very weird the way he's arguing. But yeah, he is kind of bizarre.
Truck a couple of days before this. That was his plan. I don't dispute that. So what does that mean for you? Well, it means you're going to unanimously find that there's an aggravator. And the gate is swinging wide open for you to kill him if you want to now. The last legal requirement is met. The baby. I told you yesterday that those photos look to me much like a newborn baby. Certainly less than 12 years of age. I don't argue that aggravator. Now there are two. I'm here to try to save my guy's life, not insult your intelligence. Those two factors are there. I don't have arguments against them that are in any way meaningful. That the crimes were committed while there were contemporaneous other capital felonies going on. Jose kills Tanya, the baby, is a contemporaneous crime. They work back and forth as aggravators. If you wish to find them so unanimously, I will only say this: the existence of the baby Josiah, the fact that Tanya was pregnant, is clearly a central fact. But Jose's intent, while it would necessarily have to cover the baby, his anger, his hatred, whatever it was that was really pushing him and motivating him along, was aimed at Tanya. There were no abdominal injuries. No indication of hatred toward the baby.
As a guy who never seen a lady's naughty parts, because I'm a virgin still, I know enough about the birds and the flowers and the bees that when you're 8 months pregnant, it's really, 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 really hard not to hate the baby as well, because it's inside the packaging. So if you're gonna unalive the package, you kind of really are portraying a hatred towards that baby. That's a weird argument. Well, you can't say that he hated the baby. He just hated the baby mama. So it was collateral damage because he didn't stab the stomach. What?
Mr. Richardson tells you that because Jose said I'd lose everything, that therefore, beyond a reasonable doubt, you should all conclude that this crime was done for or affected by financial gain. No, that is not proved. If you are worrying about losing your marriage, that doesn't mean you're worried because there might be financial implications. If you are worried about...
Thank you, Spy. I already looked at it. Someone sent it to me this morning. But yeah, I think he was surprised that Grok knew who I was. But again, I am in the top 2.5% of all YouTube channels because that's anyone who has more than 10,000 subscribers. So Grok knew who I was. But everyone should go and watch The Experts last night. Grok knew me better than he did.
Losing your job because your wife is a supervisor. The uncontroverted evidence before you is that Jose has worked steadily since he's 15 and been totally self-sufficient. A divorce is not going to knock him off kilter. Fearing having to look for a new job is not going to prompt him to do a murder. That this crime was done for financial gain is not proved beyond a reasonable doubt because of the consequences of divorce, because of child support. He paid child support for 3 children, is the evidence before you, and gave groceries and clothing for the 4th. That is not proved. Extreme facts require, says the state, an extreme sentence. These are horrible facts. Every murder is comprised of horrible facts and would consist of photos of a victim in sight, photos of a victim during autopsy. Jose, according to the evidence, planned to get Tanya to a place and kill her. That's every mob hit ever. Let's get Paulie to the club and we'll whack him. That's not an extreme fact. That's an ordinary fact. We're talking about facts of murder, mind you. We're talking about murder. To get someone to a place where no one can see to do the crime is not extreme. It's common in murder. Raul Benasco spent 90 minutes with Jose. Perhaps Mr. Richardson would prefer that he moved in with him for a year in his cell. How long is a man supposed to sit with them to learn some history?
Well, he's not going to invite me back, so yeah, that's... Sadly, I lost that accent, yeah. Well, but the argument is correct that he's been able to be steadily employed since he was 15, so just because he's going to lose this job, why should that turn him into a murderous killer? But him saying that he's going to do it because he doesn't want to lose the job could potentially weigh against him. Come on now.
And review his prison record, which is what the man's expertise is all about. That Lucinda Cook had no communication with Jose for 13 years and yet came in here after all that time to speak on his behalf doesn't count against him, it counts for him. What kind of an impression did he make on her? That after all this time, she consults, she prays, and she comes in. When other people are jumping ship, she comes in. And her intention is not to tell you who he is now or quarrel with you about your verdict. It's to say, look, whatever you found that he did, I'm surprised by it because that's not the way he behaved with me and with my children. With us, he made us feel safe. And that takes me to kind of one of the topics that I want to discuss with you. I had hoped to just roll through here without having to refer to anything written, but the situation changed with my witnesses and whatnot. And so I'm going to refer to some topics here, and then I'm going to explain them to you. And one of the things that's going on here, I'm going to refer to as box and balloon. Box and balloon, it sounds like a kid's game. Bear with me here. The box is the life of Jose Soto Escalera. In toto, everything. From birth to now, certainly from birth to the time he did the murder. And as you heard from his family, yeah, it's what's expected from family. Would your family come in and run you under the bus? I hope not. So he was good. He was generous. He was uplifting. He was a mediator. He laughed and encouraged us to come out. There were good things to Jose. He comes to Florida. There are women who say good things about him. Madeline Colon and Lucinda Cook. He has long-term relationships with them. He supports emotionally and otherwise children that are his and that aren't his. He brings safety to women who are recovering from traumatic relationships. All that is in the box. At the bottom, we insert a balloon. The balloon is this crime. It is this murder. It inflates because it is the chief act within all the acts of that box. The question for you is, how big does the balloon get? Does it crowd out every other thing in a man's existence to the point where you regard him as almost inhuman and therefore like a cigarette butt or a cockroach?
What?
He's not. He's a horrible, horrible killer. And other things too. One of the topics I have written down here is humility. Humility. I recommend humility To myself, I don't always follow. I recommend humility to most people in most circumstances, and I most absolutely recommend it to you here in thinking about this. Why do I say this? Because you made an impression on me. When I sat back while Ms. Minton did all the work early in the case, I was watching and I was listening, and I was very, very impressed with your confidence. How confidently you all said, this one I'd kill him, I'd kill him, I'd kill him. This one, I don't know. You're very confident in your ability to make these judgments. And I wonder, in addition to being impressed, I say, how do these people come by this confidence?
What? Who did they say they were going to kill? Have I been sniffing around Sue's gummies again? Did I miss something? Who are they confidently going to kill? Yeah, he needs to do his job, but I'm lost. I think he has the cliff notes. He has the bare bone cliff notes, and then he's just winging it from there. Because I'm not sure where he's going.
Do you have education? Do you have experience in this regard? You were on the streets a couple of weeks ago. Now you're in here deciding who lives and who dies. That's
On the streets.
correct according to the law. And it's probably good that we don't leave it up to just one person. But I still think you want to think about how perfectly suited you are to do this. Take a look. Think. How do you think? When's the last time or when's the first time any of you thought about how you think? Probably not. It's just a thing you do. You put on your shoes, you make a bowl of cereal, you think. You're thinking all day. Your mind's taking you here and there. How exactly does it work? When have you examined the functioning of your brain? Look at that door right there.
What you just described is automatic. You don't think about it because you've done it so much that your body does it automatically. That's why you can turn off the light and you can go and pour yourself a bowl of cereal right now, because you do that every single morning. You can tie your shoes without looking at them because you have done it so many times. But looking at that door would take my brain to make a new cognitive decision that I want to look at that door. I feel like Marissa, when she reads one of my texts,
use our imaginations. These folks here are essentially asking
yes,
you to
just to piss you off, Zach,
put a target on Jose's back and make arrangements for death to do his thing with this guy, because the law permits you to do it, and you decide that's what should be done. So through that door now comes death. Death is coming in. Come on through the gate. Death is right here. I'm asking you to imagine death is right here in the room with us. How many of you perceive death right here in the room with us as a female? None of you, right? As a child?
Restless Mom, you watched this, right? I'm not having a stroke, and he just talked about envisioning death as a woman or a child in front of the defendant. Can you get the... I know they can ask if someone is under the influence in a courtroom. Can you check them if they might have played ice hockey with Brandon and taken a few too many sticks to the head, and also being hit on the ice?
None of you, right? It was some hulking, some version of the Grim Reaper, right? You have conclusions and ways and things in your brain, and you don't even know how they got in there. Death could be a woman. Death could be a child. It could be a noxious cloud. But you, I'm pretty sure, had death as a male. In what other ways do you think or make decisions and you're not even exactly sure what? This is intended to be an abiding decision. Live with you forever. Like your religion, like you love your children, like your sports team, things you don't change. And so if you decide to kill Jose, that means that you are right now, today, knowing how you're going to think forever, right now you're going to lock your brain into an unyielding rigidity that says, kill him. And if someone asks you next year or in 10 years or 20 years, oh yeah, I'm still good with it. That's what it means. And that's why I say you should approach this with some humility. I want you to imagine something else. I'm going to call it a spectrum of death. Jose is on it. Over here is one end. And I'm at this end, and you're at this end, and everyone else in this room is at this end because we had no involvement with killing. You ever killed anyone? Ever thought about it? And certainly didn't engineer it and make a heavy-duty recommendation that it be done. We are all over here, unstained and unsullied by any association with death and killing. Jose is on the spectrum here. Jose is on the spectrum. Let's make this mark on the spectrum where we started with Ashley Minton's questions to you. In the next courtroom over, we got a murder, a first-degree murder who intended to do it. Now, we have a little more than that. We have some aggravators. So Jose's a little further on the spectrum of death. Way out here, the other end of the spectrum of death is we'll put our state actors. Your Hitlers, your Stalins, people killed in billions. It's not really relevant to us, but it's out there because what you need to comprehend, and I don't know if it's ever come through in all the system, in all the sessions that we had, how do we decide what is a death penalty case? The people that you send to Tallahassee, when they become geniuses and philosopher kings, they look at the spectrum of murder, all of it, and say, okay, where are we going to pin it to say what is a death penalty case? And so the whole circumstance that we found ourselves in, since the first group came in here on September 2nd, is we are wallowing around in death and talking about death. And the first thing we do before we even trial is talk about the death penalty. And you're a jury of Jose's peers. But as you know, from your individual groups, a lot of your peers didn't like the death penalty, but they're on the outside of the door now. So what I'm looking at is a box full of, I won't say killers, but people who are comfortable with it.
Did you just call the jury killers? The over under on this working. I know the final tally will be death penalty 8-4. But you're his peers because you're okay with death penalties, so you're killers. Stalin entered the room before. Good old Hilter. This is like watching Grant talk about something. You know, there's some kind of guiding intelligence behind it, trying to reach a point, but it's all the steps between it that you're just looking at and thinking, oh my God. It's like watching a truck just run into a school bus full of toddlers. You know it's going to be horrible, but you just sit there because you don't want to miss it. Yeah. It doesn't get better. Well, so he's just on a straight downward slope. No, we have a sentencing hearing to get to. I'm taking tomorrow off.
You all said many times, oh yeah. Up and down the road, well, yes. You're the same people who just convicted him. And I'm just one guy with some words. And I'm afraid you kind of roll right through me and try and kill him, but you don't have to. Here's one simple thing. And in thinking about this argument and then making it, I kept coming back to it because I'm a very simple person, possibly a simpleton. And it is this: why would any ordinary, decent person with a conscience orchestrate a death if they don't have to? Why would you make someone die if it's not required? And it is not required under any circumstances that you have heard or will hear. If Jose is to die judicially, it's because you want it to be done. The judge can't do it on his own. You have to do it. And so you I'll use the word contort, but maybe your brains flip right into that position naturally. I say you have to contort yourself and everything you believe and your consciousness to get to a place where you can say, I'm morally comfortable with killing a guy. Let me talk about some of the mitigators. Where's my list of mitigators?
That's probably very short. Why kill someone if you don't have to? Well, in this case, that's not the question. Should we kill him for his deeds? Is the argument. It's not that, hey, everyone can go around and get a little murdery, and then do we really have the right to unalive them after? Yes, because you live in Florida. Florida has a law where you allow the unaliving. You can't do it in Denmark, for instance, because we don't have that law. We finished it in 1947. We just had to clean up a little mess after a certain occupation. And but when you have that rule, they have a job to do to figure out, should we do it for his actions? It's not, nah, we don't really need to unalive anyone, because they have a rule. It's the same thing. I've told this story a million times, but I once had a case where someone was dealing not a massive amount of dope, but a good amount of dope. And she didn't want to convict because she had used to date a junkie. So she didn't believe that they should get prison time because they were victims. But that's not our job. Our job is to invoke the law. And the law says that if you have this amount of drugs, you should get about this amount of penalty. In Florida, they have, if you go around unaliving your baby mama and her 8.5-month-old baby, you're going to ride the lightning. So it has nothing to do if they are killers or if they feel like, hey, could we just kill someone today because it's Monday? I'm not sure these arguments are working really well. Yeah, it's, hey, do you know he had a bad day in y'all? I'm against the DP on some general principle, but none of them has to do with the empathy for monsters like that. That is not the place to make a case against the DP. I have the moral question. Why do the state get to kill if you claim others can't do it? But then I also know that's kind of morally hypocritical, because as a soldier, I was willing to take another life. So, but again, I actually think the DP in certain cases is a-okay. I have found peace in life with that position, but I think it's a very complicated thing, and that's why you have elections to determine if you should have them or don't have them. Hey, Emily, it gets worse than this. I don't know. I just watched snippets of it and thought, this is just stupid, but it's worse than stupid. This is absolutely calling the jury killers. I don't think I had that on my bingo card. Hey, Kathy. No, that's not have nothing to do with it for me. No, that's what I say. My moral problems are. I know your moral problems are that when they finally find all the bodies, you don't want to ride the lightning. I know, Zach, and I'm gonna keep it secret. I'm not gonna tell anyone about your fun back in the 90s.
There are a lot of mitigators. There are always a lot of mitigators because anything can be a mitigator. And I'm behind the 8 ball. So I'm going to throw a lot of mitigators out there. I don't suggest they're all of equal weight. I don't even consider them all of equal weight. But I don't know which one you.
It's because if you get over a certain amount, it's distribution. So that counts more, because if you just have your own snowballs, yeah. But if you're sitting around with 3 pounds of snowballs, it's really hard to tell anyone that no, I was just stocking up for winter. So it's because distribution comes into it.
You back there might latch onto.
It doesn't matter. Any amount over 5 grams of weed, any amount over no, maybe it's 5 grams of coke. Any amount over, is it 20 grams of weed, will be seen as possession, intent to distribute. Then you'll look at other factors: money, tools, and paraphernalia present at the scene. So we get all of that into it as well. This person did have a lot of paraphernalia, but was also clearly a user, and that's why this woman didn't want to convict him, because he was a victim.
So I'm going to run through them quick. I might highlight a couple of them. This list will be attached to the instructions that we.
Yeah, but the law isn't individual. The law is made on averages. Some people can also drive after having a blood alcohol percentage of 0.1, but it doesn't make it illegal. And they could function better than some people who has a blood alcohol on a 0.05 or whatever. I can't remember how you Americans say it. But the law is made on averages. The law isn't made on individuals. So that's why you don't take tolerances into it. You do it on average.
Part of the instructions that the judge will read you, so you don't have to remember it. There are 29 of them, and some of them strike the same theme, but if...
Well, then you hope your friends are gonna fess up to it and say, yeah, it's mine. That's why I told my kids, never ever drive in a car with anyone who has anything on them, because it gets to be community drugs, and they're gonna hit all of you with it if someone isn't saying, yeah, it's mine. If it's just found on the floorboards, it's all of yours.
Jose was nice to 4 people. I'm going to name all. As you have heard, as the judge has told you, there's no dispute that Jose has no significant history of prior criminality. That I will highlight for a moment, because that is an extraordinary fact. Do you recognize that? This is a convicted double murderer who did nothing prior. And I think that's important, and I suggest you should think that's important, because if I'm going to make a heavy recommendation that a judge kill someone, it should be a bad person. It should be a very bad person. It should be a pretty bad person through and through. That's not who Jose is. This is an explosion of violence that comes out of nowhere in his life. It doesn't make it any better. Still makes it a murder, but it doesn't make him the type of utterly useless human who you might want to put down. He's not utterly useless. And this is not in keeping with anything that he has exhibited before. And that is very important. Jose was abandoned by his father as a child, raised in chronic poverty. I'm going to stop on that one for a minute, because we did discuss that many times, and a lot of people in jury selection didn't like it. And remember, we're past the guilt phase. No one is saying, poor Jose, let him go because he grew up in poverty. But poverty brings challenges. That's all I ask you to recognize. You know, we acknowledge the importance of 2-parent homes and sufficient money to meet our needs, and yet if people don't have that, we really don't cut them any slack about it. All I'm saying is consider it as a mitigating factor. He had less than probably you and many others. I don't know exactly what that means. My dad was a school teacher. Jose suffers from transgenerational family trauma. There's problems with the mama, problems with him, problems growing up in Bridgeport with no money. Chronic exposure to trauma during his childhood. The mama seems to remember the house being fine and the neighborhood fine, but it was not fine. You heard from the cousins, this is not a fine neighborhood. It was a violent neighborhood where drugs were dealt on the streets, and crime was in the streets, and crime was seen. And that's not an ordinary way to grow up. Jose can positively contribute to society in prison as a worker. I don't contend that is an especially weighty concern, but it is a totally relevant concern, because remember, where is it? It's life without parole. Look at that. It's like a forgotten option somewhere. Well, I'm blowing the dust off at night, and it looks pretty good. It looks fine to me. Life without parole. Let's remember, and I will recall to you what you told us also at the same time, within probably 2 seconds of telling us you all can impose the death penalty, you all said you would consider life without possibility of parole. And if you're sitting here now not doing it, you're not following the law, and you're not doing your job. If you decided last week he's guilty and you're going to kill him, you're working a charade and a fraud on us right now. So
if you don't like hangovers, don't do drugs, because I don't think you want to be dealing with those hangovers.
Well, everybody's mind better be open. You don't have to like what I'm telling you, but you got to listen to it. And you told us you would consider it. And I'm
Hey, Medita, how are you doing? Been a second.
not exactly striking the tone of a beggar here, but nevertheless, you have a job to do, and I'm going to make sure that you do it. Jose has established and maintains long-term, substantive, meaningful relationships with friends. Jose has established close family bonds and relationships with his cousins. You know penalties have consequences that ripple. If you're going to kill someone, you know that. You heard from the victims in the past. Jose has maintained a close relationship with his mother, maintains close family bonds with his children. You know, that's supposed to be the motive here. And yet he said opportunity galore and never killed anyone. That doesn't mean he didn't do this, he did. But if he is monstrously wrong for killing one child, you can't deny him or deny the existence of the fact that he helped and contributed and lived a meaningful part of his other children's lives for a long time. I don't know if there's a rug back in the jury room, but you would not be doing right to pick up the corner of it and sweep facts you don't like under it. Jose demonstrated exemplary jail behavior. He poses no danger to prison staff or inmates. Again, these are all relevant considerations if he is going to be living for years before execution and living out the rest of his life in prison. How he will do in prison is completely relevant for you to consider. Jose has been a positive influence on family members. Jose will be required to work 60 hours a week. That's every day in DOC. As a prisoner, you know, Jose's a prisoner. He's been a prisoner for 7 years. When you capture prisoners in war, you don't kill them. It's a war crime. But here, it's okay to kill prisoners. Think about that. You're being asked to kill a prisoner. He's neutered. He's nothing. He's been in handcuffs and shackles behind bars in a secure jail, guarded 24/7 for more than 7 years.
You are allowed to kill certain prisoners during a war. You can also kill your own soldiers during a war. That's why you have court martials. But I don't know if you know, but actually in the Geneva Convention, it does state that if you capture someone who is not clearly identifiable as one of the parts in the conflict, they are to be considered a spy and can actually be unalived on that basis alone, because they try to use subterfuge to destroy things, because that's worse than just blowing shit up. So you can kill prisoners in war. I feel like I'm talking to, I don't know, someone who just had five pages of a 2,000 pages book and is just saying what's on these 5 pages, and everything in between is just, what the hell are you talking about? It was the mom leaving.
What does it need to kill him? You got that much of an urge? Take him out of his cage and put him down? He's helpless. He's hopeless. That's enough. Your common sense should tell you, your understanding of the world, at least the United States, should tell you that there's plenty of states that don't have a death penalty at all. And they might say, well, he's a prisoner. You got killed. You kill prisoners. That's where your morality is. You kill prisoners. You're more helpless than a prisoner. Jose was a positive influence on his former girlfriends and their children. Jose can be redeemed. For that matter, you know what Jose did 7 years ago. Do you know where his head is at now? If he's taken out in several years and executed, you kill the body, but what is his head? Where will his mind be at? Do you know? Will he be the same person? Because that's how punishment works. Of course, who among us hasn't suddenly snatched up one of our children, put them over our knee, administered a spanking, and said, "That's for what you did 7 months ago." It's not how punishment should work.
It's not youngest, most feral painting on the wall. It's a guy who brutally killed his not even girlfriend, just a lady he had sex with, and his 8.5-month-old child. And you were just comparing it to that time where Brandon stole that nudie mag down at the 7-Eleven. It's way different. And he's not sitting in prison for 7 years and getting rehabilitated and everything goes away. It's probably because he waived the right to a speedy trial. You have made several motions. The state have had to make several motions. And that's why it took 7 years, because it's a death penalty case. They normally take a little bit longer than just Brandon stealing a nudie mag at 7-Eleven. His arguments are, if there's any reasonable person on the jury, they must be slapping their thighs thinking, what the hell? Yeah, that's how I see it as well. Or maybe they could have done something in those 7 years that he didn't give them. I'm of the belief that life in prison is worse than the DP, so I don't understand. Let them sit. Let them rot. Yeah, Brandon, get a job. I don't know. In the Danish 7-Elevens, they have the rack and they are on top so kids can't see them. Everyone, we're gonna make a fundraiser for Brandon's nudie mags.
Jose provides support for his children. No prior history of violence, no criminality, no violence. He has helped his former girlfriend and his son's mother escape dangerous domestic violence situations. He has always been a hard worker in manual labor fields, furniture delivery, security work, others. Jose escaped a high crime, high poverty area independently, moving to Florida when he was just 15 years old, and he made it on his own, despite lacking the opportunity to complete his education. He overcame that lack of education through consistent work ethic. He never took a dime of public money, even though he was just a teenager. And again, that undercuts the argument that he did this killing in any way connected to a for or about pecuniary or financial gain. He's always had to work and always had money. Jose has exhibited excellent courtroom behavior. You probably know that people accused of crimes, especially murderers, especially in long trials and processes, they don't always keep their mouth shut and they don't always behave. Jose has behaved just as he's behaved as an inmate. Jose will continue to offer positive life influence on his children, family members, and friends who have become emotionally dependent on him. He began working and earning money to help support his family at a young age. He's always been self-supporting, as I mentioned, not a drain on society. Some, if not all of those, you should find exist a little more likely than not, and then you are required to consider them. What weight you give them is completely up to you. This part of the process seemed to confuse a lot of your fellow people who didn't make it onto the jury, who kept insisting that the law, they're just going to follow the law. The law is depositing you off here at a crossroads if you don't realize it yet. Okay, you are going to tell the law what will happen here. Life, forever and ever, until you die and they take you out of prison, or death penalty. And the law doesn't tell you which one, but the law does tell you that life without possibility of parole, like the stepchild option in here, is not a stepchild option. It's perfectly good. The law gives you a choice because it's perfectly happy with the life. Perfectly happy. And so should you be. It would keep you off the spectrum of death. If you order and recommend that Jose be killed, You're not outside over here, all expecting death. You move a little bit closer to him. You now have some involvement in killing. Not to do it yourself. You will just set the first domino falling that will result in it. Jurors isolated from the execution. You're making a moral decision, but you're not making it in a vacuum, and don't think because it will happen years down the line and you won't be there and it won't be in your hand that you're not responsible. That's my point to you. You are responsible. The prison's far away. You're still responsible if it happens. Well, someone else in the state's employ, the state execution.
This is probably the dumbest argument I ever heard. The jury is representing the people. The people is responsible for his, at some time, prosecution, or when they delete him. That's the people. The people have given that power to the state. So the state will electrocute him or give him some good Danish medicine at some point. So they are not responsible. They are representatives of the people. Because it's a group of his peers. They don't have any responsibility to this guy. They have a responsibility to the law and their own conscience. Deirdre, it shouldn't be allowed to. Well, he called them killers before, so apparently he can say whatever he wants. But it's just, he's a lawyer and he's using arguments like this, which is patently false.
Executioner will do it, so your hands will be dirty, but it's your handiwork that will be done.
No, they won't be pulling the trigger. That's not how you build the justice system. And now you're trying to guilt trip them. That's probably why it ended 8-4. But you're trying to guilt trip them. You're a seasoned lawyer.
So don't think of it as just, you making a death recommendation is like dropping some instructions off on your secretary's desk as you leave for a long weekend.
I bet you most of them doesn't have a secretary.
He's not that.
Condescending one.
Victim impact statements. We heard from several members of Tanya's family. Her mother, I suggest, especially her son, who I thought testified very impressively for his mother. And it may not matter coming from me, but I'm quite certain his mother is proud of him and would be proud of him. But I hate victim impact statements, not for the reason you probably think. Because, in fact, I love victim impact statements done right. Victims should have a voice. They should be heard, especially in crimes of violence and especially in loss of life cases. I think victim impact statements should be published in the newspaper and court administration should pay for it. They should have a voice. But here, in this process, that voice is best expressed to the judge with experience, not to the jurors with none. Because within this tight process that you're following that might lead to someone's death, in comes these victim impact statements, and where do they fit into the process? They do not. What will the judge tell you? Well, the purpose is to establish the uniqueness of the victim and the impact on the family and community. Who would dispute that a murder victim is unique? Everyone in here. We're all the same and all exactly different. Of course, Tanya Wise is unique and special and has special characteristics and qualities. But the only thing that you're instructed to do is not regard it as an aggravator. Well, what are you hearing it for then? It for sure ain't no mitigator. Every single one of those statements is like an emotion bomb, a sympathy grenade going off, bespattering the walls with sympathy. Not for my guy. And in fact, it is so much seeming like an aggravator that you have to be told it's not an aggravator. So that's one thing I don't like about it, that it's dropped in here unfairly. It operates against me and my client, but
I shouldn't have stopped there because he does the inverted T-Rex arms and do the friends move. Kim, I have a hard time believing anything I'm hearing. Again, I had only heard snippets and thought this is just stupid, but it's actually worse when you hear all of it.
So that's one thing I don't like about it. That it's dropped in here unfairly. It operates against me and my client, but what am I supposed to do with it? What are you supposed to do with it? It's not an aggravator, and you're only supposed to be deciding the case on aggravators and mitigators. So what are you supposed to do with it? And the other reason I don't like it is because it lends itself to being a victim ranking system. If Tanya Wise had no family whatsoever to come in here for her and give victim impact statements, is her life and her murder any less important thereby? No.
That's actually a good point. That's my point. Victim impact statements, kick them out, has nothing to do with the law.
If Tanya Wise was the chief of surgery at the local hospital and saved hundreds of lives through her surgical skills, would that make a difference? It should not. One man, one vote, one murder victim, all the same. They're all the same. Every life is valued the same. No life is valued more than another. If Tanya had nobody to come, if that whole segment was not here at all, okay, it's victim impact time. No one stay here. So what are you supposed to do? Oh, she must not be worth very much. Right? Or look, it's 100 people coming. She must be worth so much. It's a victim ranking system. It stinks. Everyone's the same. No one deserves to be killed, no matter who you are. And so I don't like it for that reason. Look, this case is loaded with emotion from top to bottom. And that's just a gigantic injection of it. And for what? I'm not sure what you're supposed to do with it. And you can't be sure either because it doesn't fit in. It's not an aggravator or a mitigator. That's what we're doing here. We're weighing aggravators and mitigators. We're figuring out factors of his character that might lead you to not kill him. That Tanya is unique. That her family is mourning. That there's a void that won't be filled. Yes. But that's not the point. The point is that she is a person who should be alive and is not now, due to Jose's criminality. Who she is important, but it's important outside of this process. Here's another one of my little topics that are up. This is not a fixable situation. You know that. Tanya's gone for 7 years now, which is why I never had a chance where it began. Whether he is imprisoned, Jose, for the rest of his life, or whether he gets taken out at some point and injected to death, whatever he was put in there, Tanya and Josiah will not come back. They can't be made right. And we, you, me, it just doesn't fit right. And I think it especially doesn't fit right for Americans because we don't, okay, what are we going to do about it? Let's do something. There's nothing meaningful that can be done. If there are people rooting for the death of Jose, I don't know that there are. If that day comes, they may experience a moment or a day of satisfaction, but I think the next day after, the heaviness and the sadness that he lost his slave hair, it's undiminished. That's the fact. If he lives or dies, is less important than the loss that cannot be made right. Killing him won't fix it. It won't fix it. It won't take the pain away. Well, let's talk about something that we mentioned.
Let's talk about sex
in jury selection.
Let's talk about you.
Which, by the way, does it seem that Ms. Minton
Let's
before
talk
she did
about
some
all
work
the
here in this case?
things and the bad
relatively
things.
so little. That's my fault.
Let's talk
There's little inside
about
baseball for it. This is my case. I am lead attorney in the case, and Ms. Minton works for me, so to speak, under my supervision. And I could have done everything, or I could have done nothing. But like I told you yesterday, I needed a long.
If you read the banner in the bottom, this is rewatching the Jose Soto Escalada case defense argument why he shouldn't get the death penalty, but they found him guilty yesterday. We're going to replay it later for you and Restless Mom when we go back to the other trial. We're just filling time because stupid Central Time is stupid.
Time for my chance to speak to you. And the detectives among me were figured out because I knew I would be here. I knew there would be a penalty phase. And I figured that this would be the hottest part of the trial for Mr. Jose Soto Escalera. And so I figured that this ought to be my post of duty and not Miss Ashley's post of duty. But everything that has transpired in this courtroom has been done with my knowledge and my approval from the defense side of things. And you know what? You know why? Maybe you're thinking, well, hey, Attorney Burns, what'd you drag us to a trial for if you figured you guy was guilty already? Because they're trying to kill my guy, and they're going to cross every T and dot every I before they get to do that. Late in a losing game, a losing effort, the final seconds click off the clock.
You are stupid.
The quarterback doesn't drop back in the pocket and take a knee and give up. He heaves the ball as far as he can and hopes for a miracle. Do you think you are the only ones who can read and understand and appreciate and see evidence and what it means? I've been doing this for a long time. Whatever you can do in that regard, I can do better. I knew I would be here. And we make no apologies for fighting every step of the way, including now. And frankly, I feel like I'm in the last ditch, maybe fighting you all off, and I got nothing but a rusty sword.
Hey, Opal has a birthday. Congratulations, Opal. 23 never looked this good. And may I say, hot, hot, hot. We would celebrate your birthday. Sadly, you are not real because you claim that you are made out of gold. AU is the atomic number or atomic name for gold, named after emperors or Kaiser Aurelian. But you're going to get a snippet even though you are not a real person, because it's your birthday and we need to celebrate it.
Yo, stop the chat. It's a birthday vibe and we're all in that. Could've gone out, could've chilled offline, but you showed up and that's just fine. No balloons, no big parade. We've got better this crew homemade. Happy freaking birthday right here live. You showed up, now we thrive. Cake emojis in full attack. Streams on fire, no turning back. On your birthday, and you're here? That's legendary behavior. Thanks for showing up today. This stream's your party, press replay. No balloons, no big parade. We've got better this crew homemade. The happy freaking birthday right here live. You showed up, now we thrive. Cake emojis in full attack. Streams on fire, no turning back. On your birthday, and you're here. That's legendary behavior. Thanks for showing up today. This stream's your party, press replay.
Happy birthday, Opal. And eat a piece of cake for us. We are stuck with this guy who I think will eat our brains with his stupidity. But 23 is no age. I'm 27, so you have 4 years to catch me.
Word in my hand. A slingshot. Nothing but words. And I really don't want you to kill my guy. But we're going to talk now about mercy. I hear some of your voices from here saying, oh, counselor. Attorney Burns, I was kind of half with you, sort of paying attention up to this point. But mercy for this guy? Mercy. You may, if you harken back just a few weeks, you will recall when Miss Ashley was addressing this topic with you. The point that was attempted to be made and the distinction...
It doesn't really fit into any of this to swallow a camel.
...to be made is how does mercy work? Does the guy who gets it have to earn it? People who give it, just give it. The concept, I believe, that was attempted to be taught to you, and there's not really much time in that classroom where you have to address 20 other matters, is that mercy is always in the power of the victor. Weak people, losers, don't get to grant mercy. people who have power get to grant mercy. And so whether it's withheld or granted has very little to do with the recipient and very much to do with you, the grantors. It's a statement of who you are.
The people you called dumb 15
And
minutes
so,
ago,
if any of you are still even within earshot on this
killers
issue of
30
mercy,
minutes ago.
you need to just consult yourself and say, look, am I a merciful person or not? What does mercy mean in this case? The merciful thing is to condemn Jose to live for decades and decades and decades in prison behind bars until he dies, to become institutionalized and infantilized over time and told when to go to bed and when lights on and lights out and when to eat and not to eat and look through the bars and never get out. If I imprison you guys in your old high schools, how long would it be before you went crazy? He'll be in prison. That's most people would not consider that a merciful result, but that's what mercy means here. So it's not a great big dollop of mercy, go forth, Jose. It's a little drop of mercy that says, I'm going to kill you. That's all the mercy that would be requested here. Let me take you back a couple of days. And I'm going to read you some words that Judge Merman read to you in describing the elements of first-degree murder. And then I'm going to make an argument from that by reworking those words a little bit. None of what I say to you is a legal instruction. It's just an argument. It's just food for thought. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. That's what the judge read to you. Now I want to change it up a little bit. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind of each juror at the time of engineering the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between
Yeah, better approach. This is absolutely a dumpster fire in the middle of a burning pile of crapiola.
You may continue.
What I'm saying to you is the process that you are relying on. This is a moral decision that you make as individuals. And it should be based on a system that you understand and that you can follow. I am going to talk about what you've been asked to do last week and what you're asked to do now. And I'm going to do a compare and contrast. At no point am I suggesting that anything you do or might do is illegal. I am not asking that anything you do.
Someone is so rich they have money to throw on the floor.
Or not do is in any way related to you being murderers or illegal killers or equating you in any moral way with Jose. What you were asked last week to convict a man because he thought about doing a killing beforehand and did it. What are you being asked to do?
Objection, again, improper argument. The difference is
I'll complete the thought and I'll rule on the objection if there is one. The process that is before you, if you follow the instructions and carry it out and think about it, means that you're thinking about forming the intention to ask the judge, recommend the judge to kill Jose. So in this circumstance, it's righteous, right? So sometimes thinking real hard about doing a killing is okay. If you're comfortable with that. If you should go back there if either more of you decide independently. And by the way, this is an independent thing. I don't say you can't talk to one another or nothing like that. But so far, you have kind of walked the path together. Jury selection, you get on the jury, you hear the evidence, you made your decision, and now all of you stand here at the point together. But you sort of come up stem with a base of a Y, and now you're at the V part and you're looking at the crossroads. That's where the law has deposited you now. And I have acknowledged that the state has demonstrated that there are aggravators. And as I told you, the gate is open for you to kill. And I recommended humility. I recommend you don't go down that path. I wonder, with that gate open, I don't actually think so, looking at you, but if any of you might now, in 5 minutes or 10 minutes, regard it as some sort of a temptation. No one gets to be in your position. Very few people to say, live or die. Look, here he is, live or die, it's up to you. It might be tempting. Walk the path that people don't get to walk. It's a forbidden path, highly forbidden. But it's open to you. If you should find it alluring or tempting in any way, the forbidden fruit of control over someone's life or death, you're not in the Garden of Eden being tempted, you're in the Valley of Death being tempted. Walk out of it, go away, take the other path. Do not do any killing that is not absolutely required, and this is not required ever. Sometimes large matters can be understood in simple ways and things that might happen all of a sudden. And you don't even know it until it happens. And one of those, I'm going to hang with me here if you can on this example, is I've called it lean in, lean out. Lean in, lean out. People, they lean in, they like something. Lean out when they don't. Lean in to give that first kiss. Hopefully someone's leaning back. Maybe they're not. Maybe they get to lean back. Never happened to me. But I
What?
they like something. Lean out when they don't. Lean in to give that first kiss. Hopefully someone's leaning back. Maybe they're not. Maybe they get to lean back. Never happened to me, of course. But
Akasha, what? Why didn't you give a? I know I put a lot of jokes about sending me boobies in my DMs in all of my streams, and it's absolutely jokes. You know that. At Baker Broken, don't do it. But did he just, in the death penalty phase of a murder trial, show his swagger by saying no one didn't accept when he was going to kiss them? They always wanted to smooch him. I can't remember who said. Is he absolutely trying to get this to have an appeal by being such a shitty lawyer? No, this isn't even bad enough for that. It's legal arguments. They're bad legal arguments, but he just said that sometimes you lean in and hopefully the other side leans forward too, or else you'll lean back. Never happened to me. What? Why?
I use the example in this way. If you are a juror who votes to oppose the death penalty, and you should remember this is a binding decision. You're good with it now, you're good with it tomorrow, you're good with it forever. You should end up in conversation with someone, the topic comes up. And what did you do? I voted to kill him. Whoa. You're going to get the whoa. You're not going to get the what? And
You absolutely don't know that. If I told someone, let's just say a random person, and they said, hey, you were on that case where that a-hole unalived his 8.5-month-old baby because he was a big old puss. Yeah. And it's going to be very, very different who's going to do the whoa or who's going to do the whoa. This is very close to arguing jury nullification on this case.
Person hasn't had a chance to think about it. It hasn't penetrated to the consciousness of that hearer at all. But you're going to get this, you're going to draw back in a well because you just admitted to them that you're on the spectrum. You're on the killing spectrum. You're not over here. The rest of us have nothing to do with it. You just said, yeah, I
The
said
killing
it.
spectrum. What?
That doesn't get up. I guess so. Think about that. This is a big decision. Yeah, I'm just not done. I'm running out of juice. When you go home this afternoon, after having come back and given us your decision, you'll now be a life giver or a life taker. You're not going to be the same. If you vote to set the wheels in motion, to give a heavy recommendation to this judge to kill this man, you're not going to be the same. This is a life taker. You are not. Leave the life taker alone on the spectrum of death. Don't take a step nearer to him. And you don't have to. I invite you in my final words to
Doesn't make sense.
consult your best selves, the highest portions of your consciences, the lightness in your heart, not the darkness in your heart. To rot and die in prison is not merciful. It is a horrible, horrible sentence. Do that to him. Thank you.
Thank you, attorneys. Members of the jury, I'm about to instruct.
I'm not going to be 100% sure because never say never, but I think that's probably the worst argument This was worse than the guy who stood up and said, don't be too harsh on him and remember reasonable doubt that Nick covered once as an opening statement. And someone was asking to see the reading of the verdict from yesterday. So I'm going to put that up here. Yes. So you can all see the verdict from yesterday. While we're waiting, it's supposed to have started 10 minutes ago. Maybe it started. We'll catch up. Because they're always late and always a little sack.
Mr. Isabelle, a jury of your peers has found you guilty of the first-degree premeditated murder as charged in count 1 of the indictment. Mr. Isabelle, the jury has found that you guilty of the first-degree murder premeditated killing as charged in count 2. Mr. Isabelle, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, killing in the perpetration of aggravated child neglect as charged in count 3. Mr. Isabelle, as to count 4, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of aggravated child neglect as charged in count 4 of the indictment. And Mr. Isabelle, we, the jury, find you guilty of especially aggravated kidnapping as charged in count 5 of the indictment. I will ask the jury to retire to.
Jurors excused, watch your step.
So that was the verdict yesterday. Guilty in all 5 counts. And then we were... the jury was sent out. They tickety talked, came back. They were supposed to be back at 6:30, I can't remember, and do the sentencing part. And the jury asked to go home and sleep because yesterday was a big old waste of time. So, yeah, it's probably not the biggest surprise he was found guilty in all 5 counts of it. We have had some extremely bad defense teams in the last 2 cases. Thank you, Restless Mom. Glad you asked me to do it because maybe other people didn't see it. Yes, I really like this judge. Maybe it's just how they do it in Tennessee. I've seen there's way different things. There's also the ones where the court clerk would read it. There's ones where the foreman reads it and they will always mess it up. So I like that it's just count 1. We know what count 1 is. Boom, get it out of here. He had no reaction. He's cold. He knew he wasn't going to win this. So I don't know. In the cleaning the gun on a liver case, he took the stand and talked. I heard him talk about his girlfriend and her family and stuff like that. So that was a little bit weird, but it's that was really. They rested. The state rested after I think 8 hours yesterday. So I have something in Stockholm too. Anyone who lives in the main area, the Boston area, or is that Rhode Island area? Who knows these places? Yeah, that's the unaliver. We don't kink shame on this channel unless it's that you want to have your legs amputated or you want your eyes glued shut. But why would you put this on the twit? I really don't understand people who would do this. You are the last one who can kink shame, Zach. Yes, I know about the stuffed donkey. Yes, I just played. If you go back 2 minutes, you can get the verdict. I'm not going to play it again because I have the live feed running. But just skip back 2 minutes and you can get the verdict. Guilty in all 5. Foxy is Brockton, Providence. Cadillac is Providence. Oh, I thought that RI was Rhode Island because one of my mods used to yell at me when I don't know what RI is. No. And I'm thinking with her body, she was probably the dishwasher like you were at Hooters as well. Oh, it is Rhode Island. Thank you, Hellfish. I know a lot of things now. Is Platinum Plus a large lady strip club? Oh, it's Providence, Rhode Island. I don't know where Providence is. I don't know nothing. But imagine you're coming in, you're bringing your bros, you got out of the house, and you're thinking, let's get a little bit naughty. I've never really been to strip clubs because once you've seen a lady take its clothes off, which I never had, I'm a virgin. But it's kind of the same. It's just bad music accompanying it. So I'm a little bit meh. It's not really my thing. But again, we don't kink shame. But then imagining that's the one sliding up and down the pole. It would be really great if I could find the picture I was looking for. Of course I can't. Do I have it on my? I do. I have it somewhere. I know I have it. Mm. Do you really wanna? Do you really wanna? Would have been way funnier if I had this up and running to begin with. But you are out with your guys. The girl is at home. She doesn't know. You took out cash money so you don't have to use the ATM at the club. And this is staring at you from the stage. And you hear, "She's my cherry pie." And you can feel that slight tremor in the floor when she starts gyrating around the stripper pole. I'm just saying, I'm not sure I would appreciate that. But I am a prude. I like my ladies a little less hairy. Jesus Christ. And sharing it online, especially when you know there's a stupid, stupid guy out there who will make fun of you for everything you do because you're such an a-hole. And you really felt it was necessary to share that you used to hang the poles. We have a judge. What? The hair is gorgeous. It is. It's Swedish inspired. The wig is wigging. It's beautiful. I'm not saying she had a bad hair day. I'm just saying I'm not sure. She's kind of what we would call the midday rotation. My buddies went on a boy weekend out, and hey, let's go to a strip club. And let's do it in the daytime because they just woke up and they've been out drinking all night and thought, hey, it could be fun to go in a strip club. In Denmark, we don't have like food and stuff in strip clubs. It's more they're trying to do the old Playboy lounge kind of club, and it's just a scam that they want to steal your money from you. But they went, and them retelling what happened that day is one of the funniest stories I've ever heard. A lot of the ladies dancing in European clubs will be Eastern European, Russian, Ukrainian, Belarus, stuff like that. And they had this 6'2", 3, 4" lady in a pair of clear heels that was way too big, and she clearly was fresh off the boat. So it looked kind of like Bambi in when she's skating around on the ice, walking around up there on her clear heels and couldn't figure anything out. And then she came down and hit on my buddy's younger brother, and he was so scared he didn't know because she was way bigger than he was, and he was just sitting there hung over like hell and didn't do anything. And she, hey, you want me love? You want me love? You come, you go back, champagne, you know. And everyone since then has said we should get back and pay for a ride on that one. Yeah, they don't have the champagne food, but they do have $1,000 champagne. So many businessmen get their card swiped in there. Don't do the lunch break shift. It makes no sense. You Yanks have some really, really weird rules. I can throw my panties in your face if you're not drunk, but I can't do it if you're drunk. When I was a young wee baker, every Thursday night there would be a stripper coming to the local nightclub that had. It was kind of the seedy place back then. Sadly, it closed. It turned into an okay place later, but back then it was the place to go if you wanted to get knocked out. And every Thursday, and my day off was Friday when I was an apprentice. So a really shitty day because in my town you went out drinking Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays. So us who had the day off Friday would go to this place and drink on Thursdays. And they had strip or a stripper coming in. And that was everything off. But again, you've seen one stripper, they really need to do something special for it to be worth seeing another one. I never, maybe if I went to the Patpong district or something in Thailand and saw the tricks with the snakes and the ping pong, I could sit and say, that's impressive. She must do her Kegels. But I never understood striptease that much. Because sitting in a dirty place that smells kind of like regret and cheap cologne with a choppy on, it's not for me. It's not for me. It's stupid. Judge is coming back. I've been to the red light district when I was, but that was back in 7th grade. We were in Amsterdam and we walked the red light district. Back in the day, I don't know if it still exists. You can do the same in Kiel, just not as famous, but you could do the same in Kiel. I was probably there when I was like 8 the first time. There was a place down the Cape called Zachary's, and they would give you change for in $2 bills. Oh, that's good. I actually have a $2 bill the expert gave me, so I could go to the mouse here, but Valhalla won't take me. And now Valhalla, I think, does anyone have his address? I saw on another stream yesterday they DoorDashed a meal out there just to do a welfare check. Maybe we should DoorDash, I don't know, some quinoa or something to Valhalla. Well, I haven't been in a strip club for a long time. I don't know if it smells better, but normally it just smells a lot like regret. It's kind of like going to the casino in Denmark. That's really, really boring, and it's just a lot of bikers and mamasans who's washing their brothel and drug money. So it's just boring. There's nothing fancy about it. Well, when I lived in Copenhagen, you could still get a dirty draft beer. I don't know if you can still do it, but that's also a trick you don't want to see. But of course, we paid those 50 extra to see that. You talk to Valhalla on TikTok. Oh. Well, sorry, I'm not 12 years old and want to give China all my IDs. So I let them work for it, stealing it off Facebook. I don't have a TikTok. Val's been MIA forever. Did you say marmoset like a monkey? I didn't say marmoset. I said you could get a dirty draft beer. That's to a dirty draft beer is you have the tap here and you put the beer glass down. Then the female bartender will be on the table and she will then pull the handle down. You paid extra for that. But you have to see it just to see what it is. You can't go around talking about, hey, I've been to a club where they do that. if you haven't seen it. That's the law of the jungle. I think I have to explain it because a lot of people don't believe all my stories. I know Sue would be sitting there and saying, that didn't happen. It did, in Istergade. It was a fun place back in the day. It's not for weak of hearted. What time is it starting today? It's starting 27 minutes ago. Well, that's why you don't leave the area, because then you'll come back and take everything out of context and think I was talking about something weird. And I wasn't. I was talking about a lady who stuffed a draft beer handle up her hoo-ha to pour beer. It was the 90s. It was a different time. I didn't see it 12th time. I've only been to that bar twice, I believe. It was really, I don't even think it exists anymore. Back in the day before Istergade became a cool place. And we went there twice. I think that was one of the only places I could get Odense Pils. So that's why we went there. And I paid for it once, yes, because I wanted to see it. Everyone told me about it, that you have to go check it out. So I did it. But once is enough. You've seen it, you thought. And again, they're not putting the A-listers on that duty. I'm just saying. Okay, I can try and draw you a picture, but I'm not that good of an artist. I used to have a black one. As I've said, I'm not a great artist, but as you can see, the kitten will then bite onto the handle and you'll do and pour the beer. And Judge came back again. It was a different time. It was the 90s. Saw trial size bottle of Malort yesterday. Is that the stuff you drink? Yes. Told me it's worse than Jaeger. Jaeger isn't bad. Jaeger is good. Just put some Red Bull in it. Tastes fine. Malort is really bad to begin with, but when you have had as many as I have, you get used to it. We have audio. And we don't only have audio, we have Jamie and audio.
Oh, look at that. Explained that perfectly.
Jamie, what do you think about my...
Deputy Newton.
But
What? She yelled. What do you think about my kitten pouring beer story?
I didn't hear the kitten pouring beer story.
Oh. Do you know what they call ladies with a tight...
What do they call them?
Oh, you don't know? Well,
Check your
that says a lot about you.
11:13, please. Because he'll be somewhere.
Oh, what was it they just, the,
13.
My birthday.
Okay, never mind.
I'm working on it today.
Oh, oh boy.
Well,
Jamie walked straight into that one.
I did. You got me.
November.
I didn't get you with the owl one last time,
That's how
but
excited.
No,
The
well, that
13th,
was
we have
good.
federal court in Nashville, Knoxville.
Oh boy.
or is that your travel day?
Well, good morning.
did you see the Twisted Tragedies put up her resume?
For what?
She worked at all three Foxy
Do
Ladies,
you see anything that week?
Rhode Island Dolls, Cadillac Lounge, Fantasies, Platinum Plus in Maine in my early days, and also in Baston. So she just gave us the rundown of all the
Your Honor, we could do the 10th, that
strip clubs
Monday.
she
Oh,
used to
that's
work
the-
at.
Oh,
Well, but
they're all strip clubs?
no, Veterans Day is the 11th.
What a classy lady.
I just like classy ladies.
Yeah.
Some of them have a little bit of a backstory, but some of them are not shady, ashamed that they worked in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strip clubs.
Yeah, you know.
Received. I guess
Really
we can all
going
have a
somewhere in
big
life.
jury.
Going back in session.
I just want to know which one of these clubs gave you a $2 handy. Where did you go if you needed to get a happy ending on your night? Not just the free buffet, but where you knew that a lap dance was a lap dance plus. That means prostitution, Jamie.
Does it? Thank you.
Oh, that's the Cadillac. Cadillac Lounge also sounds a little, because it used to kind of be a fancy car, and now it's a Korean knockoff car.
Was it 12? Work. And I'll do-
Side-Eye has our 20th wedding anniversary today, and I'm happy to be with you all until work is over and my hubby is home. Treat him like Twisted would treat a customer at the Cadillac Lounge. Show him a little bit of that brown chicken, brown cow. And
Side-eye, don't listen to him. Don't treat him like that. We don't know. We don't know how she was. Don't put that on here.
I'm talking about giving him a little dance.
Well, don't.
I've seen Twisted in that picture where she stands with Aiden. She looks like she worked the dishwasher more than she worked the pole. So
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not saying.
exactly.
I'm just saying, do a little of the dip, the bend and snap. Do a little bend and snap on him when he comes back.
Yeah. But do it your way, not Twisted way. She's short and stumpy.
She's a little. No, she's a little meaty.
I'll handle it. If you want me to. Otherwise, we're on introducing her.
Oh, no. We're not doing that. I'm fine with this well if everybody else is fine.
Good birthday.
Can we just get
So
going?
mark both days in your calendar, please.
Are we going to
31st and the
postpone
1st.
something? What's happening?
in the courtroom.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's get to work.
Please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you see yet another packet in your chair that I'm going to read to you. The criminal court for Shelby County Division 5 of the state of Tennessee versus Brandon Isabelle, indictment number 2203799. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. It is now your duty to determine within the limits
Duty.
prescribed by law the penalty which shall be imposed as punishment for
Amy,
this
I'll do a
offense.
toilet.
Tennessee law provides that a person convicted of first-degree murder shall be punished by imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole or by imprisonment for life. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In arriving at this determination, you are authorized to weigh and consider any of the statutory aggravating circumstances proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstances which may have been raised by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt-finding phase or sentencing phase, or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in the case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, but the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by the law, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. The law makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. Victim impact evidence. The prosecution has introduced what is known as victim impact evidence. This evidence has been introduced to show the financial, emotional, psychological, or physical effects of the victim's death on the members of the victim's immediate family. You may consider this evidence in determining an appropriate punishment. However, your consideration must be limited to a rational inquiry into the culpability of the defendant, not an emotional response to the evidence. Victim impact evidence is not the same as an aggravating circumstance. Proof of an adverse impact on the victim's family is not proof of an aggravating circumstance. Introduction of this victim impact evidence in no way relieves the state of its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt at least one aggravating circumstance which has been alleged. Statutory aggravating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of statutory aggravating circumstance, which shall be limited to the following. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. Members of the jury, the court has read to you the aggravating circumstances which the law requires you to consider if you find proved beyond a reasonable doubt. You shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as an aggravating circumstance in deciding whether imprisonment for life without possibility of parole would be appropriate punishment in this case. Mitigating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that in arriving at the punishment, the jury shall consider, as previously indicated, any mitigating circumstances raised by the evidence, which shall include, but are not limited to, the following. The defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity. The defendant acted under extreme duress or under substantial domination of another person. And any other mitigating factor which is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or defense at either the guilt or sentencing hearing. That is, you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character or record or any aspect of the circumstances of the offense favorable to the defendant, which is supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstance. There is no requirement of jury unanimity as to any particular mitigating circumstance, or that you agree on the same mitigating circumstance. Verdict: life imprisonment or life imprisonment without possibility of parole. If you do not unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, the sentence shall be life imprisonment. You will write your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the punishment shall be life imprisonment. If you unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances have been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or to imprisonment for life. In choosing between the sentences of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole and imprisonment for life, you shall weigh and consider the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. In your verdict, you shall reduce to writing the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances so found and shall return your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made a part of this charge. The verdict should be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. This is where you would list the aggravating circumstance or circumstances so found, which must be limited to those enumerated for your consideration by the court in these instructions. You shall then indicate on the enclosed verdict form, we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. The verdict must be unanimous and signed by each juror. Take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially. You will complete one of the two forms that I have here. You don't have them. And you will report your verdict to the court. But at this time, the state will make an opening statement.
Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've entered the sentencing phase. And what we're talking about is count 2 and count 3, the first-degree murder counts with regards to baby Kennedy Boyle. The aggravating circumstance that the state is relying on is that the murder was committed against a person less than 12 and that the defendant was 18 years or older. For this phase, and as proof of this aggravating circumstance, the state is relying on the proof that you heard at trial, that Kennedy was born January 31st, 2022, which you saw her certified birth certificate. You heard April Campbell, her grandmother, testify as to when she was born. And you saw text messages between Artisha Stewart and the defendant indicating the time of her birth. And so that's the proof that the state will be relying on to prove Kennedy's age for the aggravating circumstance. As part of the aggravating circumstance, the state also has to prove that the defendant was 18 or older. You heard proof that the defendant's birthday was February 1st of 1997. You heard that proof from the defendant in his statement. He gave his birthday. You also heard Artisha Stewart testify that he was turning 25 or 26 on the day that Kennedy was murdered. And also you have as an exhibit the certified divorce complaint that the defendant filed. It also includes his birthday, February 1st of 1997. That will be the proof that the state relies on to prove that aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, once you have listened to the proof Once you've heard any mitigation, the state is confident that you will find that the aggravating circumstance and the nature and circumstances of this case outweigh any mitigation. And we will be asking that you sentence the defendant to life without parole on counts 2 and 3. Thank you.
I believe he turned 25 because he's 27 now. Don't let it be father time. Oh,
Well, counts 2 and 3, you've already found Mr. Isabelle guilty. So the state's aggravating circumstances embodied in that finding of guilt. What we are here today, in this phrase, to decide is what the punishment should be. Is life enough? 51 years? Or do you have to be 6? This man so unable to be rehabilitated that he should be kept in jail the rest of his life. That's what you have to decide. And we'll be showing you evidence that he's youthful, he's worked, he's got good awards at work. While he's been locked up, you got to make mind on this. So he's been in jail. While in jail, he's taken opportunities to better himself, taking classes that they offer there. And that brings our teacher back into it. One of the factors is that he acted under the domination of another. And so you'll get to consider that and give it what weight you consider to be proper in deciding whether it should be life or life without parole. Thank you.
Would the state like to call Lane witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State call April Campbell.
Ms. Campbell, come forward. Watch yourself. Stand right here, face you, and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat. Watch yourself.
Good morning, April.
Good morning.
You've been out here all week, haven't you?
Yes.
This is finally your chance, right?
Right.
This is your chance to tell the jury what Kennedy meant to you, what Kennedy meant to your family, and how her losses impacted you guys. Okay, I'm gonna let you go from here.
Kennedy, it was our world. We only got the hour with her, but when she laid on my chest, I got the biggest smile. I got to feed her and change her clothes, but I had to let her go to everybody else, so she just went around the room from me to her sisters. Gerard, her eyes lit up when she held her. I mean, everybody was in love with her. She was the sweetest thing ever.
Oh, geez, oh, geez.
This is why I don't do sentencing phases.
I miss my
Well,
you know, that was.
What is she? What
here's
is?
the thing.
What's
The
on
jury's
her?
going to decide his sentence. So, as much as this guy is a trash human, to play off of the emotions, like I don't like that so much. You know?
No, I really hate it because it's not about the law. The law is clearly stating, is it a mitigating or enhancing factor that it was a 2-day-old baby? Go back and look at that. It's not how much someone can cry. What is on her right arm?
Oh, I don't know.
It looks like she has some kind of bag with a drain on it. It looks really weird.
Kind of does. Yeah.
You can see there's something swinging back and forth. But I know I'm probably in the minority. I don't believe that emotions has anything to do with the law. It's not who can cry the loudest. It's the factors of the law. And the law reads that with such a young baby, it's an enhancement. So you don't need someone to come out and tell you an emotional story, because then you're not basing it on the law.
My number 7, she was 7 for me. And she was just taking days like that. It's been plenty of sleepless nights. I ain't slept in 3.5 years. I finally got sleep last night. I mean, you know, we never recovered her body. So when we buried her mom, I had her buried with a beating heart. It added to her coffin, so she would be by herself. I mean, I don't know what else. We miss her. And she ain't here. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Thank you. No other questions, sir?
Don't ask any questions, defense. Don't ask questions.
No, that's all to say true.
Oh, thank you for making it that short.
Like, this stuff should be happening after.
Yes, it shouldn't be part of the sentencing. But again, I know a lot of people think that the family should have a right to talk. But I am just a cold-hearted, angry man who thinks that the law is the law and the law is what we rule by. We don't rule with emotion. And I feel that we're not allowed to see him in prison close because it's going to prejudice the jury against him. Why isn't this prejudicing him, the jury against him? I just don't understand how you can have these double standards where you can send them in and give them, if you want. Again, we don't have it in Denmark, so I don't understand it. But if you want the family to have an opportunity, come up and tell him, I hope you rot in hell. Do it post-sentencing.
Yeah. I agree.
Madison,
Yes, Shaq. We agree.
Madison Irwin, thank you,
Ms.
sir.
Irvin, come this way and watch your step. Stand right here, face your honor, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please
Social
have a seat.
worker. I'll bet you she's a social worker.
Did you say your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Madison Irwin, Madison Erwin.
Who are you employed, Ms. Owen?
Inquisitor Incorporated.
And did you have a chance to work on the case of Brandon Isabelle?
Yes, sir.
And how old was Brandon when this happened?
He would have, am I allowed to refer back to my notes?
Hearing no objection, go ahead.
He would have been 24 going on 25.
And did he work? Did he have a work history?
Yes, sir.
And where did he work?
At FedEx,
You know how long he worked there?
approximately 4 to 5 years.
I had passed you over the article that I have about the state with the information on the natural value of the evidence. During his work there at FedEx, did he receive any awards or recognitions for outstanding work?
Yes, sir.
What did he receive then?
He received the Purple Passion Award from FedEx. It's a certificate of excellence. He also received Employee of the Year for 2020, as well as a outstanding performance during the fiscal year of 2020 memorandum to the office.
And the letter that was provided to, is that the letter from FedEx?
Yes, sir.
Would you read that to the jury, please?
Yes.
Relatively short.
Brandon, I truly want to thank you for your outstanding performance during fiscal year 20. Thanks for going above and beyond in all areas. Your positive attitude and great work ethics are appreciated. The extra hours, teamwork, and leadership that you've shown have resulted in overall operational effectiveness. Brandon, you have exemplified what the Purple Promise is about. It is employees such as you that make FedEx one of the most admired companies in the world. In recognition of your outstanding performance, it is with great pleasure that I present you with this Bravo Zoo.
Wasn't the name Inquisition United that she worked for? I can't find anything what it is.
What are you talking about?
The name of her business. Wasn't it Inquisition United?
Whose business? This lady?
Yeah.
I don't know who she is.
Well, she just told you, Jamie. Sometimes you should watch the show. It's good sometimes.
Well, she's talking about
Yes.
FedEx, so I'm assuming
At
they
FedEx.
I thought they all worked at FedEx.
I'm talking about her.
Was Brandon when this happened?
Yeah, but she's
Incorporated.
talking about
And did
giving
you
him an
have a chance to
award.
Work on the case of Brandon Isabelle?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
FedEx.
I'm just trying to figure out what the hell her job is. Is it to come and give a background check on him?
Is she like part of HR or something? Of
No,
FedEx?
she works for a company called Inquisitor Inquisitor United. And that's why I'm trying to Google it to find out what the hell it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's an Inquisitor Incorporated. That's an investigation firm founded in 1978. Criminal or civil defense investigations, asset evaluation, background checks, and electronic debugging. Yeah, that's probably it. Based in the Southeast with a presence in Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah, it's probably like a third party something that works with this place.
Yeah, that do
Works with
background
FedEx.
checks and stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
about Inquisitor. Inquisitor is one of Southeast's largest investigation firms, founded in 1978. Can we see what they services? Asset evaluation, criminal defense, recognize the need for quality investigative service for those indigent defendants. Since that time, we have provided assistance to defense attorneys and public defenders in over 250 capital cases. Extensive analysis of police investigations and discovery provided by the state, identifying and locating witnesses, preparing social history. So it's a PI firm. And she's just here to say that he was a good worker when he was at the FedEx. Empire, get to bed.
Night.
And how old was Brandon when this happened?
He would have, am I allowed to refer back to my notes?
Hearing no objection, go ahead.
Okay. He would have been 24 going on 25.
And did he work? Did he have a work history?
Yes, sir.
And where did he work?
At FedEx.
You know how long he worked there?
Approximately 4 to 5 years.
I have passed you over the article to record about the state information on the natural matter of the evidence. During his work there at FedEx, did he receive any awards or recognitions for outstanding work?
Yes, sir.
What did he receive?
He received the Purple Passion Award from FedEx. It's a certificate of excellence. He also received Employee of the Year for 2020, as well as a outstanding performance during the fiscal year of 2020 memorandum to the office.
And the letter that was provided, who is that the letter from FedEx?
Yes, sir.
Would you read that to the jury, please?
Yes.
Relatively short.
Brandon, I truly want to thank you for your outstanding performance during fiscal year 20. Thanks for going above and beyond in all areas. Your positive attitude and great work ethics are appreciated. The extra hours, teamwork, and leadership that you've shown have resulted in overall operational effectiveness. Brandon, you have exemplified what the Purple Promise is about. It is employees such as you that make FedEx one of the most admired companies in the world. In recognition of your outstanding performance, it is with great pleasure that I present you with this Bravo Zulu for making a difference and keeping the Purple Promise. And this is from Jackie Nichols, the managing director.
Thank you, so you honestly doesn't ask that that be made, an exhibit, the letter, and the 2 certificates collection?
Collective.
Collected together.
You'd like to identify this as collective work achievement. That's all, Mark. Thank you.
And during the course of time from the date of arrest to today, Mr. Isabelle in jail, have you had the chance to look at his jail records and see if he's completed any programs, has any certificates of completion of programs offered in the jail to better yourself?
Yes, sir.
What certificates of completion does he have?
He completed the electrical basics. He's also completed the master plan. Well, and that's the first one, electrical basics, is from July of 2024. The master plan is from June of 2024. He has completed wellness recovery action plan. This is for reentry. That was completed in December of 2024. And finally, plumbing basics, that was completed in July of 2024.
The right ask that they made the next cumulative exhibit, please.
For the record, your last exhibit was 195. This will be 196.
during your time of working with Mr. Isabelle, has he been cooperative with you?
Yes, sir.
Also, did your investigation reveal that he has no criminal record, no criminal convictions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No other questions.
No cross judge.
Thank you. You may sit down. Mr. Van Zee, Mr. Hicks,
No
you
other
ready?
questions.
Is that it?
So he's a good boy. He took the class.
Employee of the year.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long road and we're almost there. The aggravator that we're relying on is that first one that you have in your instructions, that Kennedy Hoyle, the victim, was under 12 years of age, that this defendant was, forgetting the exact language, I think it's over 18 years of age. We have a couple of exhibits to show that we have in fact proven Kennedy's age. Obviously, she was born January 31st in the very early morning hours. She only lived less than 2 days. Brandon Isabelle, we heard this is a divorce decree that was entered. It indicates that his birthday was February 1, 1997, which put him at 25 years old exactly at the time of the homicide, the day he murdered Kennedy. We've heard a little mitigation here. Congratulations on the plumbing certificate. Great job being employee of the year 2 years before you did this. And the Bravo Zulu. Good job. Those are things that we all do daily in our lives, but they don't in any way mitigate what he did to Kennedy Hoyle. They're not even close. I'm closer to being the starting point guard for the Memphis Grizzlies than those things are to mitigating in any way what he did to Kennedy Hoyle. You look in your instructions and there is a mitigator called, I think it's duress or domination of another. And I want to talk about that one a little bit in relation to the facts and circumstances of what he did to Kennedy. Duress. Was he under duress? Was he under domination of another when he pulled baby Kennedy out of that car after her mother had been murdered? Was he under duress or domination? Extreme duress is what it says, or domination of another when he made the choice to throw her in his car and drive all the way 30 minutes to Cordoba? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another when he chose to go inside the house and change out of the bloody slides and change out of his clothes and leave baby Kennedy in the car in February while he did that? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another when he made the choice by himself to get back in the car and drive all the way back down to the Mississippi River, to the Wolf River, where it meets the Mississippi River at Mud Island? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another when he drove up and down Island Drive trying to figure out a place to dispose of baby Kennedy? Was he under extreme duress or domination of another when he made the choice to put her out of her little baby seat? When he made the choice to take her blanket away from her? When he made the choice to take her mittens away from her? When he made the choice to walk down to the edge of the water and throw her in that 40-degree water? Was he under extreme duress and domination of another? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is the most premeditated, cold, and calculating act that you could possibly do. I would argue that obviously the aggravator far outweighs any of this mitigation that they put forward. And that gives you the opportunity to consider life without the possibility of parole. You could still sentence him to life with the possibility of parole. But there are things that we do. There are things that people do in this life that are worthy of not ever being able to walk among the law-abiding, contributing citizens of Shelby County, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of them. This is one of those things. And we urge you to sentence him to life without the possibility of parole. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Go ahead, please.
Well, she was nagging, and we know what nagging leads to. Throwing of Yankee candles, and then you have to unalive.
Life is a long time. Sometimes we listen to the TV and we listen to stories and we say, oh, they got out. Look at that.
The girlfriend testified the morning of day 2, I believe it was. And they didn't actually go after, they went after her with almost every other witness, but they didn't go after her when she was on the stand from the defense. Second, you might go dancing in your cowboy boots. I know which one of you have the pink croc cowboy boots, and it's not Rassler's mom.
Serving life. They serve life. They served 51 years as her honor. 51 years for life. That's a long, long time. Mr. Isabelle would be, what, 70, 6 years old. And you have to understand too, that what you decide today is whether he gets life without parole or life. But after that, there will be a sentencing hearing where the judge decides how to structure those sentences that are imposed. So those sentences could run what we call wild, consecutively, life plus life. Or, and the other offenses.
Yes.
Yes.
There's objection to this.
Honorable.
Thank you for moving on, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And so I think the question is, during that time and prior to that time, has Brandon Isabelle shown you that he has the potential to be a better person? Somebody that you don't have to lock up and throw away your key? That's the question. When we look, it's hard sometimes to think about 50 years and how long ago that was. It was 50 years ago that the Vietnam War ended with the fall of Saigon. I mean, if you don't remember that, I do. It was 50 years ago that President Gerald Ford had 2 assassination attempts. Long time ago. It was 57 years ago that Martin Luther King was assassinated here in Memphis. Long time ago. Has Mr. Isabelle shown you that he's the kind of person who can be rehabilitated? By the time he's 76 years old. And when we look, first place we would look is whether he's been a bad guy before. Yes, no. He has no prior record at all. I respectfully submit that's a heavy weighing factor that you get to decide. Was he hanging on the street corner when he was arrested, or was he working? He's been working for 5 years at FedEx.
I would rather he was standing on the street corner than him just going back to his everyday normal day at FedEx after killing a 2-day-old baby. That actually makes him look worse, in my opinion. It makes him look like a psycho.
Yeah. Like, come on.
That's a stupid argument. Are we just running into bad the defense attorneys today? No,
I like his
girlfriend
argument.
wasn't baby mama. Daria, it's a little confusory.
Yeah.
You have Brandon Isabella. He's up here. Brandon Isabella is married to unknown. So he's married to unknown. They are going for divorce. While he is in the throes of his separation, he starts banging baby mama and makes her pregnant. At the same time, that's where I think her name is Keisha.
Or Tesha or something like that.
Akesha. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't listen. At the same time, or after he knocks this one up, he starts banging Akesha. Akesha is pregnant by an unknown person when he starts banging her. Because, hey, you can only get pregnant once. Am I right, ladies?
Oh, my Lord. So he had a wife and 2 a girlfriend and a side girl. So, yeah.
So he unalives his baby mama. We don't know the status of any of the unknown people. And Akesha, she didn't seem like she missed him. And she said, yes, in a really weird way. So that's really easy to figure out what's happening.
Yep.
And not only that, he was the kind of person that got these awards, that did his job well. He was the kind of person that got 40 of the year. Not many get that. That's the kind of person.
Only once, though. What a loser.
Yeah, he only, yeah. Yes, he had a son with his separating wife. Of course, the one he was Akeisha, he was dating, even though they broke up all the time. He seemed like really beta. She had a baby with another man. The baby mama also had a baby with another one. So it's all the babies. Children are our future.
But it worked. And after he's arrested and put in jail, did he just get salty? No. He reached out to take programs to take advantage of the opportunities that are offered to him in the jail. To make himself a better person. So that's what you have before you. And it's 50 years enough, 51 years. And of course, the punishment should not go over into emotion. It should be something that's just. A life sentence, I respectfully submit. It's just. And it's no more than necessary to punish this horrible punishment being the person.
State what's the last word?
What?
Mr. Massey asked you, is 51 years enough? Is a possibility for Brandon Isabelle walking out of prison one day, is that enough? For the murder of his own 2-day-old daughter, by grabbing her by the leg, throwing her into a Wolf River on a cold, dark, rainy February night, all because she was inconvenient to him. Is 51 years enough? Now, Mr. Massey was talking about duress, domination. What duress? What domination? What proof in all of those exhibits that came forward showed that somebody was controlling him? What proof is there that someone told him, you got to go kill that baby or else? Who made him do this?
This is it's a double homicide. Double homicide, aggravated kidnapping. I can't remember the last two, but he got found guilty in all of them. We are just waiting for the sentencing.
State submits nobody. This was a choice that Brandon Isabelle made of his own volition when he took that baby from the car. 2-day-old baby Candy. And let's be clear here. We say 2 days old, but she didn't get a full 2 days. She got about 45 hours. He took her and put her in his car and drove around Memphis. Went to Cordova, changed clothes, out of those bloody slides, got back in his car where he left 2-day-old baby Kennedy. We drove down to Mud Island, passing every interstate exit, passing all those houses. Got on Mud Island, drove up and down multiple times, past all those houses. There were 100 other things he could have done. He could have dropped that baby off at somebody's doorstep. He could have dropped that baby off at a fire station. But no, he made a choice. He chose to take his 2-day-old daughter. And he showed in his statement what he did. He carried her in his arms from his car down to that riverbank. Her hat already fallen off and hit her head, as he said. Was he worried about that? What did he tell Sergeant Floyd Bush's boy? He wasn't. He grabbed her by her leg, threw her into the Wolf River. And what did he say about that? It didn't go as far as the gun. 2-day-old baby Kennedy is forever frozen in time at 2 days old. She'll never have a chance to take her first steps, speak her first words. Never have a chance to go to her first day of school. She'll never learn how to drive a car. graduate high school, make the choice of going to college or starting a career. She never have a choice to win awards for her work. She'll never have a choice to be Employee of the Year. To get letters of commendation for what she could have contributed to this world. She'll never have a choice to decide whether she wanted to go get an electrical certificate, a plumbing certificate, or whatever it is that she wanted to do in this life. She'll never have a chance to get married, have her own kids, become a grandmother. Is 51 years enough? The state submits that's not. And the state submits a prudence aggravating factor. She was 2 days old. Brandon Isabelle, on his 25th birthday, took her life. Does the crime of murdering your own 2-day-old daughter by throwing her in the cold, dark, muddy Wolf River on February night warrant the sentence of life without parole? If not, what does?
Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right with you.
So that was actually
I
quite
believe that
easy.
concludes statements and proof from both sides. And at this time, I will ask the jurors to return to their very small training rooms with yet another folder and spend some time with your thoughts. Report back. It's now 11:11. Mr. Lunch Reserve Center.
Excuse.
Recess.
What's time to recess?
So 11:11, and they're getting lunch. Jamie, do we go on a break, or do we think that it's going to be a fast one? Should I put on words on screen for once and go make myself some dinner?
Yeah, I think so. It's gonna, they might eat and just null it over, so
Yeah.
at least if you just put on words on screen, then you can just come back when they come back. Because it might be quick, honestly.
Yeah. Baker is gluten intolerant. Weird because he was raised in bread. Get it? Inbred, like inbred. Haha. Oops, I forgot you're not supposed to explain jokes. You could also say I was a raisin bread. I like raisin breads, Jamie. They're good. Haven't had one in a long time.
I hate raisins. So
Because they're black?
don't you dare.
Well, that's what Zach tells me. Before we go, Jamie, you know there's been a lot of drama online.
Yeah, always.
Do you know that there's better drama out there? So we don't need to always be in Canton for the drama.
What else is there?
Well,
What do you got?
I got some of the hottest drama on the planet. I might say some insensitive words, but it's because I read them. I will try and remember to use the YouTube words. This is Nicki Minaj. Jamie knows her as that anaconda girl.
Mm-hmm.
Is I'm the Barney B and the flop? Is I'm lying about fertility when the queen has never once seen or spoken to a fertility doctor in her life? Is I'm the one sleeping with trade? I don't know. While hubby effing sweetie and taking my big gooey hole for alimony? Is I'm going to be sued when the queen show her medical records to the courts? Oh, rock bottom nation, we win again. Desiree, I have your medical records too. The lawyers say we gonna have Barney B homeless within 36 months. Praise God, lucky we are eating cake right now. Barney B, I know you don't know this, but some women plan their pregnancies, you dirty Heineken kitty twat. We don't let N-words F us while we're pregnant for the next trade who got 4 other people pregnant, you see. The devil has come to collect. You sold your soul. You made a pact, but you lost. Now hear this. You have been neutralized in the mighty arms of Jesus. Every word you speak on me or mine will now curse your enablers. Jesus Christ. That was a
What?
little loud. Ooh, that was loud.
What was that?
It's because jury is deliberating and they then went on to their stupid show.
Oh, gotcha.
Every word you speak on me or mine will now curse your enablers more than your dizzy brain could ever fathom. I was pregnant with my first love, got married, and the next year got pregnant for my soulmate. On purpose. You see, Barney, we planned it. Your medical records in the strip club, too. Now look embarrassing, and your father, whelp. Anyway, you're about to shrivel up and die inside. You call black women monkeys and roaches. Now, one day, people will call your daughters monkeys and roaches. Anyway, I used double the protection in every relationship until I was ready. See the difference between a hoe and the queen.
Boy.
Well, I know you're thinking, is that all? No more receipts? Well,
Oh, I know they've been beefing, but I didn't really look into it.
I don't know any of this. This is dumb people stuff. I have enough beef.
This is just trash, like trash TV for me.
Lucian Elliot Rico Nation. I promise you tell that dizzy hoe to stand down. I promise you. Barney Dangerous. Bodega Barney. What up? Your sister can get that chest caved in if you pregnant with another monkey or roach right now. LJS. What does LJS mean, Jamie?
LJS. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
I don't speak like this.
For entertainment purposes only. Culture, you are roach and a monkey, like your sister. Cokey B, please don't sniff coke with baby 4-5. Words to Carlos. Culture, a vulture and her mama a crow. So stupid to not see once Wendy ate that crow what happened. They played you to do that hex to yourself, you flop ass heavy tongued hoe. Leaked it once Barney B started trending. Allegedly, Papa first party over. He got 4 more to go. Let's go, ho. Drop the receipts. Rico Nation. Desiree, you sent Jigger Man broke, huh? Get this bitch before I get in on y'all families and well. Tonight happens to be the fucking night. This is what Jamie calls good beef.
Yeah.
Prime rib.
It's not prime rib, but you know.
Yeah.
I love everybody's trying to figure out what LJS meant. It
Yeah,
makes me
I
laugh.
don't know.
Well, everybody says just saying or something like that. Let's just say.
Let's just say, could be.
I don't know.
Cardi B comes back. Drop the Addy right now. And don't go attacking the feds and the police like you did 3 months ago, you pussy kitty ass bitch. Shut the fuck up.
You said it.
Papa Bear, I'm sorry you can't speak and banging spoons because your mom couldn't put the drugs down. I'm sorry your mom not even paying attention to you on your own birthday because she's such an obsessed and dark-spirited hating hoe. I'm so sorry. trying to call me out to fight cause I'm pregnant AF. You never had that energy when I see you in person. I seen you at 2 Met Galas, and you never had that energy. But where the you at? My N-words is outside right now. Where the you at? You all at? Bitch, you wish you could call my daughter ugly. Culture is it's a kid's name. I thought it was a street way to spell culture. I learned something new. Culture is beautiful, and you know it. Your hate is so deep, dark, and nasty because your son nonverbal because you effed him up with them drugs. Is you jealous of everybody, kids, and their happiness? Bitch, where the F you at? Stop talking. I'm
Yeah.
right.
What happened?
I've just I put it back on in the background. That's why.
Oh,
It is English they were talking. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if it was English, but that's fine.
That's
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
it's better beef than the one we have in Canton. It's more entertaining.
Yeah.
These people go all out. It's just
I
what I'm
love
saying.
that they're like, she's like, I love the beef that's like, I saw you at the Met Gala. And you,
Yeah.
you want to fight me then. Now you want to fight me. And it's like, you know how stupid you sound. First of all, who's going to fight anyone at a Met Gala? God.
It's a little over.
This is what people do when they have more money and no sense
Yeah, that's
than they deserve.
We have a Danish saying that a little hard to translate.
Are you muted or is this just me?
Am I muted? I'm talking. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Am I muted? Hello? Can someone hear me? Oh, so it's Jamie's Jamie who can't hear anything. Well, in Danish we have a saying that's kind of like when trash gets honor, it doesn't know what to do. And I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Nate, you ain't muted. I can hear you. Thank you, Anna. Well, peeps, I don't know what Jamie did. She just F something up as usual. I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna run, make myself some dinner because it's 6:30, and I'm gonna put. Do I have a banner for this? No, I don't. Hangout. If you're on the over on the Rumble, you need to. If you want to play, use the QR code. You can use the QR code as well if you are on the YouTubes. And hang out, beat Sue because that makes me happy because it makes Sue mad. If you're leaving, again, we don't know when this is going to come back because dinner is supposed to. Dinner should have been there like 20 minutes ago. So we're just waiting to see whenever it comes back. So hang out. If you leave, follow the Twitch thread, follow the Discord. We will update whenever we come back. You like the figure 8? When is this ratchet ass hoe court coming back? We don't know. They are deliberating, Brandon. And thank you, Anne. As long as you just will do it the best you can to beat Sue. I can't see Sue anywhere on the board. As Ice Cube say, today is a good day. Everyone enjoy. I'm putting this horrible music on and I'm leaving you to it. So you can do it. And then I'm gonna go eat. Love y'all.
So about 11:15 you left, and about 12-minute walk, you'd say? Okay.
Still nothing. Still nothing. The guy who allegedly accidentally pew-pewed his girlfriend in the face while cleaning their weapons was found guilty in manslaughter. So of course she did. She's the smart cookie. So there's that. There's a lot of drama online, if you didn't know. I had some spaghetti. Well, that's factually not true. I shouldn't tell lies. I had some tortellini. No. But yeah. They have been deliberating for an hour and 12 minutes, so I thought, I better come back and be here for a little while. Maybe I could force them to make a decision. They were having dinner an hour and 15 minutes ago is when they were supposed to have that dinner served. So yeah, we're just hanging out doing nothing. Absolutely not. Oh, by the way, my favorite streamer. Hey, sees today. Been a second. My favorite new streamer, the Grift Queen herself, released a new video again yesterday, and I know I have very expensive memberships, and there's no reason to really buy them because I don't do anything for my members, only give them the super constantly. But on her $40 Substack, I made a totally not true rendition of her first couple of videos. But she released another video yesterday. I believe it's like 4 or 5 minutes long. And you get quality on that channel. Of course, I would never. I'm not saying you should invest in Substack, but I'm just saying that's A-class quality. I think it's a bit. It's kind of like when I play Twisted and play it. I have this acting method. I'm not a professional actor. I'm not like Harry, who is a trained actor. So I have to make up my own way of acting. And if I'm playing Twisted, I think, how is the dumbest person I know? And then I try to envision them with severe brain damage. That's how I play Twisted. And I think it's the same way that Lindsay plays the grifter. Because in those 5 minutes, I don't think she completes 50% of her sentences. She starts somewhere and then she goes somewhere else and then she ends up in a different time zone. But woe those of you who will do anything to her kids, Kate Peters, Tully, and I'm gonna tell you all. And I just think I see a big career in front of her. She doesn't know how tech works. Almost what didn't someone tell her for free. They would, because they could grift the shit out of her. So they would do that for free. They would teach her how to do the tech. And then she jumped behind a paywall. And now you get, yeah, I don't know what you get for $40. Yeah, $40 membership gets you incoherent drunk ramblings. And ladies, I know you are superheroes, but I watched her on camera 4 or 5 times now. She doesn't look the same in any of the recordings. And I'm thinking, are you all like Nightcrawler from the X-Men? You can just change your look, or like Mystique, where you can just change your look, because she looks different in every video. My favorite was the one where I just had sex hair. That was an A plus, with the drunken slurring and the kids calling in the background. To me, that gives it that je ne sais quoi. You don't really know what you're watching, but you're thinking, oh my. And then she had her, I'm really going to do this professionally, and I got a ring light now while I'm in a dark hotel room. It was a little avant-garde for me. The last one, she's in a white t-shirt, and she changed her makeup again. And I'm not saying, hey, Lynn's girl, that she watches my channel, but a lot of the critiques I give her, she listens to. And she replied to one of my texts yesterday. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if I flew to the Halloween party, I'm just saying clams might be slammed. Holly Mack, and I said I play Twisted as the dumbest person I know with a severe brain injury. I don't have a severe brain injury and would do anything like that. I just asked ChatGPT, what do you think are in the videos? And ChatGPT gives me a script, and I believe that script. Oh, so I get the relationship experience. Yeah, that she changes all the time. It gives the homely feel. It does. She should watch Beauty. She should hire Jamie. I had I've been helping out some people when they need me, and they reach out and say, "Hey, buddy, how does this work?" And I've been nice and I've been friendly. I watched a few of their shows, and then I say, "Hey, maybe try and change this," or I figured out that YouTube really have a problem doing that. Maybe I should have a $40 tier so I can teach people how to set up their YouTube, because I can't teach anyone how to YouTube because I'm shit at it. But I think, I'm not saying I could make Lindsay more money if she went to YouTube instead of being on Substack. But I think if she hired Jamie, paid $100 and got her to do her makeup, it'll change a lot. Then I could teach her how to set up a camera and stuff like that for free. And I bet you she would make a lot more than she's going to make on that shitty Substack. Yeah, that's the first woman who responded to me in a long time. Still no titlets in the DMs. Well, with her, I'm double backing. Homely is that's a nice girl. She looks she looks more wifey than girlfriendy. No, you didn't miss any sentencing. We're still going on with the sentencing. Well, court isn't back. We're back. I'm just tickety talking. No, he was found guilty. We're waiting for the sentencing. But they've been out deliberating for an hour and 20 minutes now. I really don't know why. They are just well, I could have done it faster. But it's 12:30 their time. They said that the lunch would be there at 11:10. So maybe they're eating. I just had some tortellini. It's fine. Turtle Boy swears he can get you late. Well, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's impossible. Homely means ugly. No, it means you would say when your girlfriend steals your hoodie and sits in her sweatpants watching Netflix with you, yeah, she's a little homely. It's when she's not all done up. It's cozy. It's nice. It's well, lesson learned. Never say that. Oh my God, girl, you look so homely in my shirt. What would you call when you hang out with your beau and you're just relaxing? You don't have your hair up. You took all your war paint off. The good bra is in the closet, and you're just chilling. Well, there's no reason to catch up on anything. Nothing's happening today. Homie is what you call your buddy if you're from the hood. I don't call my girls homie. That's kind of like that guy calling them her bro all the time. You call that a scare tactic. Well, he's going to figure it out at some point. And the funny thing, most of us guys is if you give us a hot meal once or twice a week, you'll let us look at boobies maybe once, twice a month. And you don't say, no, every time. We'll be, that's fine. We don't notice anyway. It's like Sue without access to knives and no means of yelling at you. Homely. Brandon, do you want to get killed, Sue? I'm just asking because there's a good chance that she would drive up to you and kill you. Bum, bum, bum. My hubs have been putting up with my mugs for almost 20 years. Poor guy, but I'm his sugar mama, so frankly, he's lucky. Hey, again, just be nice to us and we can live with almost anything. Brandon said you were homely. No, I'm not a shit stirrer. She calls it foreplay, and normally you have to pay extra for that. I shouldn't imply that Sue was a prostitute. That's probably not a good idea. Can they come back? Baby, come back. Now we're just sitting here waiting for something to do. I don't know. It's called a broken baker, an escort broken baker. It's called a broken baker escort. What? As a firstborn American in my family, my Oma didn't understand loud can be descriptive as in bright colors. We laughed too hard at that. That's the problem sometimes when you're sitting here reading. First of all, you have to figure out what the hell are they talking about, and then you also have the local dialects where you're thinking, what the hell is that word when we're watching trials? And I'm sitting here thinking, I took English for 5 years in school and I've never heard that word. So I could see how first generationers could be a little surprised if they didn't learn English in school. And if it's an Oma, then it's most likely a German. So that's way different than speaking English. Well, a lady of the night, a paid pleasure, bedsheet entertainer. Hey, we don't kink shame Brandon. If that's what he wants, that's what he gets. I don't get why everyone assumes you have the escort upside down in the sex swing. She's just cooking dinner and picking out a movie to watch. Yeah, that's what I hired them for. $1,500 an hour. Yeah, can you clean my house? It's cheaper to get a cleaning lady. So you can get a cleaning lady twice a month for the price of one prostitute. I like a clean house better than a handy. Did anyone watch Mike covering the Canton Select Board meeting yesterday? I don't think Chris Albert had a great night. A lot of people told him their truth. And he seems like the biggest douche canoe on the planet. I have more training. I know that. Because apparently he called someone up and talked about him doing inappropriate things with his stepdaughter. And then the stepdaughter came to the public hearing and said, what the hell are you talking about, you sick freak? But that's Chris Albert, electman, whatever it's called, in Canton, a pillar of the society. Yeah, that was first the guy he called, then his ex-wife, and then his stepdaughter all went up there and said, what the hell are you talking about? But it's disgraceful that that they'll allow him to continue, because I bet there are some ethical rules for that board as well. I know it's super corrupt and everyone are there because they shook the right hands down the line. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. They've almost been out there deliberating longer than to find him guilty. But why do the other people accept that he's sitting there when he's so clearly a big problem for them? I because as Sue always say, when you play with, no, that's Danny. As Danny always say, when you play with your pigs, you get dirty, and they will get dirty by just sitting there with him and accepting that he treats everyone else like he's royalty in Canton, and he's just a stupid pizza shop owner, and a mediocre pizza shop at that. I'm gonna switch over to Lawn and Crim because they have the light so we can see whenever something happened. I learned something yesterday. When the lights do something, something happens. I don't know what I learned it happens, but something happens, maybe. I'm gonna fall asleep. Ooh, that's annoying. Thank you, Holly Mac, for gifting me 5 broken bring. Well, not me, but also me. JMK got a membership. Life Changes Kim looking for the truth. What's the matter? Are you are? What's the matter? You and what? And J Piova, J Piova. Congratulations with your gift. It's almost like Christmas. Coffee and jumping jacks. I have an energy drink. No, I think I just hit some bump in the road, and that's because we just have to sit here and talk so much, and there's nothing going on, so you can distract yourself. If you ever go to bed at a normal hour, you wouldn't be yawning all day. Sue, fine. Are you calling Marissa and telling her she can run the rest of the show? Or should I just shut down? I go to bed at weird hours. Oh, we had head. We had head. Someone gave us head. So I can shut it down now, and I can go to bed at a normal hour. But then I get a lot of complaints from someone in Sue about, why aren't you streaming it? I was watching it. It's my job to get yelled at. Well, if I stay up and stream, you are mad at me that I'm tired the next day. If I shut it down and say, well, come back tomorrow, we're going to catch an early start, you're mad that we missed it. So it's like being married to you. I don't stay up all night on Twitter. I went straight to bed yesterday after we done streaming, but we didn't stop streaming till 12:30 last night. And then I woke up at 4:30 again. And then I went up and I streamed some more. And then I went back to bed and slept for an hour. And then I was out doing stuff. And then I streamed for another hour. Then I slept for an hour. And then I started this show an hour early because I'm an idiot. And now I'm sitting here yelling at Danny and Sue because when Marissa and Jemima isn't here, hey, someone has to yell at Baker. There's no hair here. That was a baldy. Too much broken up sleep. Yeah, but that's a life of a grifter. I try to do these night shows now and again. Well, don't say it's not good for something then. Thank you, Holly Mac. But I like to do those night shows where I do a little bit more off the cuff, and sometimes I'll do the stuff that I don't want to talk about on the big shows because, yeah, it's maybe not suitable for everyone. So I do from my time zone, it's 5 to 6. I'll normally do it 11, 12 Eastern Standard Time. And that's kind of and I had so much anger over all of that drama that's been going on. So when I woke up, I thought, no, fuck it. I'm going to jump out of bed. I had 4 hours. That's fine. Get a cup of coffee, and then I'm going to go yell because I'm just going to get mad and angry about all of it because, yeah, it's a lot of stupidity out there. And then I got really mad because someone came into chat and said something absolutely ridiculous because it's just one of those who goes around in every chat and tries to stir shit. And then I was yelling for the next 55 minutes. And that's why when I had been to the gym, out shopping, stuff like that, came back, I thought, no, I didn't really feel like that's how it should have gone. So I did a stream at a stupid hour, 5 a.m. American time. But I just needed to, because I could feel I was mad. Well, I appreciate you showing up, Blink. I'm very lucky to have you, Sue. Else Jamie would have to yell at me all the time. You could get age restricted in the middle of the late night streams like I did last night. I had the. Oh, I thought that I heard a microphone being turned on. I had my trial stream from yesterday was all of a sudden partially monetized. I don't know why. It's silly to get angry over drama. Yeah, but at least I get angry over drama. I don't just get angry over, oh, it's the wind is blowing today. Some people does that. Does anyone else have a family that won't touch the food in the fridge and lets everything looks new? They exhaust the hell out of me. Well, I live alone, so I I don't know. I I would to function good, well, great-ish. I'd like 5 hours, and then I'll have my pre-stream nap, so I get like 6 hours a day, and then Saturdays or Sundays I'll sleep as much as I can. So that's why when I've done the experts, sometimes we'll sit and talk for a couple of hours, and then I'll just go back sleep to the middle afternoon. Oh, we have motion in the ocean. I want light. Someone does have to do that, and I'm glad it's you, Sue. You're always so sacrificing of your time yelling at me. It's dumb to think that you need to know about someone's personal life. I can understand with us on the screen that you know that you're sitting there and you're thinking, "Oh, I know this fella," and I share parts of my personal life with my kids and stuff like that. I don't mention their names. I don't mention my grandkids' name, and that's by design because there's a lot of fucking weird people out there, and that's one of those things where yes, I'm on here so much that it's different. But someone that you've seen commenting on Twit that you believe that they owe you anything is it's just that thing I just don't understand, and I'll probably never understand it. Why anyone would feel entitled to know personal stuff. And again, why everyone else's problem must be your problem because you know their problem. You don't know what happened. You know one side of the story. As I say 1,000 times, his side, her side, the truth. What do masturbation and brain damage have in common? After a few strokes, there is no going back. True that. And the muscle spasms is also. Thank you, Brandon. But true. But you forgot the muscle spasms and the crying. That's the one that. Oh, you had worse going through. Oh no, and we feel we know some of you people because people like Sue are here. I know she is an angry Southerner who sits in her pool all day, and by pool it's a couple of old boxes of Bush Light that she coupled together, and yells at foreigners. That's her life, and I can see it in my head clearly how it works. And so of course some people you feel, oh, I kind of know them, but it was like I said in the morning show. I have a lot of people I know online, but I don't have many friends because I've been here 3 years and I've learned that most people are fucking fakes. Sadly. Sorry, I'm alwears swearing when Burger comes in. I'm sorry, Burger. There's a lot of parasocial relationship when it comes to streams. Yes, and there's also that thing where I think a lot of streamers, because a lot of us are very introvert, and that's why we're good on camera, and we're really bad if you go to a meetup. We'll just stand in a corner and say, "Okay," but you get that attention, and maybe someone will write, "Hey, I saw you." Oh, we had head. We are getting head again. I swear I saw head. We're keeping head on. But maybe someone really haven't had much of attention bestowed upon them, and then someone writes them and they think, oh my freaking god, they really really want to grind my groin, and you get a little a lot of big famous creators have done that, and probably not a good idea. It'll come back to bite you in the ace later. No, it's more that I get a lot of people who contact me about it and tell me that I need to, and have I that, and have I this. So it's not my problem, but it is my problem, and that's the big problem in all of this, Sue. Is I get DMs as well. I don't get the funny DMs that some creators do. I get the DMs about, do you know this person is an idiot? Do you know this person is a bitch? Do you really trust this person? Don't you know this? Why haven't you talked about this? And I'm just constantly sitting here saying, I don't know. I don't participate in it. Well, you should come into this spaces. You should really watch this show. And it annoys me. And I want the right to be annoyed. Years ago, when I was still working, I mentioned where I worked, and some drunk lunatic from Dearborn, Michigan, kept calling me so much I had to change my number after having the same number forever. Yeah, that's a lot of crazy, and people will find you really fast, right, Panella? We're not awkward. We just don't let people in. We don't trust you. All of you are untrustworthy. Until the day we'll start trusting you, and then you're one of our 5 friends for life. We need a break from this homosexual retreat. Yeah, but I don't know what break we're going to do, because nothing really going on and nothing really happening, and I don't know when they're coming back. I don't know. I don't know. So, yeah. I have nothing at all. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, by the way, I can show you this because someone said that was really interesting. This is that case with the guy who pew-pewed his girlfriend in the face. Apparently, the 911 call is kind of interesting. So I'm going to put that on, and then I have to put my tablet on so I can follow the live stream. I'll put this on, and I'll be right back.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
I just had an accidental discharge.
What was that, ma'am?
Accidental discharge of a firearm.
Okay, ma'am, and what's going to be the address for this?
327 Southeast 32nd Ave.
And can you repeat it one more time?
No! No, no, no!
Ma'am?
No! Oh my God! No!
Ma'am, what happened?
Me and my girlfriend were cleaning my gun, and we were trading it back and forth, and I didn't know it was loaded, and I fucking shot her. No! I need an ambulance right now, please.
All right, ma'am, we're getting help on the way, okay?
Please. Oh my God, no! No!
Ma'am, I need you to take a deep breath. We're getting help on the way.
I'm gonna. No, please! God damn it, I lost. No! No, no, no. Oh my God.
Ma'am, I need you to take a deep breath. We're getting help on the way, okay?
327 Southeast 32nd Ave, please. No, oh my God. I don't. No, God. Damn it. I'm
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am.
No, oh my God. I'm sorry, babe. I love you. No, 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 no. I need help right now.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am.
I love you. God damn it, no.
Just bear with me one second, okay? We're getting help on the way.
No.
All right. And ma'am, how is she doing now? Is she breathing? Is she awake?
No, she needs medic. She's shot in the head. God damn it.
Ma'am, is she obviously deceased?
I don't want to say that. No, babe, no. I don't think she is. I can still feel a pulse. Hurry up.
All right.
I'll have that.
All right, madam. And where in the head was she shot? The front, the side, where?
Forehead. The front, the forehead. No, 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 oh my God, no.
We're already getting help on the way, okay?
Oh. The door's unlocked. God damn it, no. I knew it should have been doing this. I know, no. Oh my God, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I need help.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am. And how old is she?
She's 25. No,
All right.
my God.
Ma'am, I need you to put the gun away and let me know when it's secure.
They're away. They're unloaded, they're away.
And as of right now, is she awake?
No, she's unconscious.
Is she
I
breathing?
need help right now. Please, I need help.
Ma'am, is she breathing?
No. I don't think so. I need help.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am.
I need help right now. No, 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 no. God damn it. No, no, no.
Does he keep calling her the guy ma'am? He doesn't sound that much like a woman. On Wednesday, we do legs because if you want to get a Swedish mudslide in the back of Baker's ride, your quads better be effing swole. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you so much, Brandon. Well, now we know why Dave married a Swede.
Let me come in. I'm good. I'm good.
All right, man.
I need help. I need medics right now. Sorry. Liberty, come here.
Ma'am, are you a deputy?
Liberty. I need help. There's one in her lap and one there. We're good. I need medics right now. No! No! I knew we should have been fucking.
We heard during the 911 call, the call taker repeatedly refer to the caller as ma'am.
Yes.
When you arrived, did you actually determine that the caller was a male?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived, tell the jury a picture of what was going on and what you saw when you got there.
I saw a white male holding a white female's head. She was sitting in a chair.
Did you notice any vehicles parked outside the residence when you were walking up to it?
I did.
What did you see?
It was a Marion County Sheriff's Office patrol car.
Did you eventually determine who that patrol car belonged to?
We did.
Who?
It belonged to the defendant.
Okay. Were you the first officer on scene, or did multiple officers arrive all around the same time?
Multiple officers arrived around the same time.
Was there a dog in the residence?
There was.
Based on the defendant's comments, did you determine the dog's name?
Yes.
What was it?
Liberty.
Showing us the marked states that a B is in boy. Can you take a look at those photos and tell me if you recognize them?
I recognize him.
In general,
I love you, Baker. Maybe we can go dancing our boots and cowboy hats. Well, I don't have any boots, but I do have a cardboard cowboy hat. I don't think I've survived the plane, but the biggest problem is I don't dance. Cool guys don't dance, but thank you so much. And when you then say, don't you say you do dance cardio twice a week? That's something different. And I did line dancing the other day, but I don't have any boots. I don't like wearing boots. I would like to go out and have a drink and watch other people dance.
what do those photos show?
Photos of the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately
I think we
depict
have little
the
people.
residence and the inside of the residence?
Yes.
This time state would move B into evidence as states 2, Your Honor.
No objection. Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit B will be admitted into evidence. as
It's
State's
it's
Exhibit 2. Yes, sir.
a New Year's Eve hat.
Showing you photo 1 of state 2. Generally, what does this show?
Shows the front of the residence.
Okay, and did you also see the Marion County Patrol vehicle in front?
I do.
We see some yellow tape lined up. I'm assuming that tape was not there when you arrived.
It was not.
What is that tape?
That is crime scene tape.
Was anyone outside when you arrived?
No.
You briefly described it earlier, but what did you and other officers do right when you went inside the house?
We went inside, moved the table out of the way, secured the scene.
Showing you photo 2 of stage 2. What does this show?
It shows the entrance to the residence.
When you walk into that front door,
So it's just a hat for New Year's made out of cardboard. So it's not a cowboy hat. It looks like it.
or what's to the right
Is a living room,
and what's straight ahead?
a dining room.
Explain what you saw. You mentioned that you saw the defendant near the victim. What was happening when you walked in?
When I walked in, the defendant was holding the victim's head and screaming, "No, no."
Okay, and how was the victim positioned?
Victim was sitting in a chair with her back facing the wall.
Was there a table near her?
There was.
You said the victim was in a chair with her back facing the wall. Which wall?
The wall between the dining room and the kitchen.
I go around and patrol that everyone is grifting correctly. I don't know if I just put this on so we had something to watch while we were waiting. It's gonna be
What was done to try to assess and treat the victim?
Not this one.
She was, officers took a look at her. I'm not exactly sure. That was Officer Coughlin, I believe.
What was the last thing you said? I'm sorry.
Officer Coughlin.
Okay. And what did Officer Coughlin do?
Officer Coughlin checked her for injuries.
Okay. And did you see any injuries on her?
I did.
What did you see?
I saw a gunshot wound in the center of the forehead.
Good shooting, Tex.
At some point, did Officer Coughlin assume holding the victim's head stationary?
Yes.
How'd that happen?
I believe the defendant was asked to walk away. She began to fall down, and Officer Coughlin grabbed her head.
Okay. What was your role at this point? What did you do inside the residence?
I cleared the left portion of the house to the left of the dining room, make sure that no one else was there. I then went and stood by. There was a rifle sitting on the table to make sure that it was not moved.
What do you mean by cleared the left side of the house? What does that mean?
It means I went and searched to make sure there were no other persons in the residence.
Guilty of manslaughter.
Did you find anybody else in the residence?
No.
And once you were done clearing and making sure nobody else was there, is that when you went back to where the dining room table was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice anything on the table itself?
Yes.
What'd you see?
I saw a rifle, some firearms, accessories, and then a bunch of miscellaneous items.
As a law enforcement officer, are you trained in familiar with firearms and how they work?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the various parts of the firearms?
Yes.
Describe the rifle that you saw.
The rifle did not have a magazine. It was a AR-15 style, and it had a red dot sight mounted on it.
And for those jurors who may have no knowledge of firearms at all, describe, you said there was no magazine in it.
Mm-hmm.
What's a magazine?
Magazine is the part of the weapon that contains the ammunition. It's detachable from the bottom. It sticks out the bottom.
I hate you, Brandon. You're a sick individual. On Wednesdays, we do Kegels, because if you want to give her a Swedish fireball without blowing out your back hole, your sphincter better be effing swole. You are sick. Very, very. This is disturbing level. This is levels where even Sue would say, no, thank you.
And it can be removed.
Okay. Is that where the projectiles and the ammunition is loaded into?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that the rifle, AR-style rifle, had a red dot sight on it. Describe what that is.
It's a sight fixed to the top of the rifle, towards the back. I think it's round, and it has a lens you look behind the lens, and in the center of it, there's a red dot that you use to aim.
And is that kind of like a laser?
No.
What's the difference between a red dot sight and a laser sight?
So a laser sight would be sort of like a laser pointer affixed to the rifle that would point a red laser, whereas the red dot sight, the red dot is inside the sight itself. It's not visible outside.
Okay, so you'd have to look through the sight to see the red dot, but nobody else could.
Yes.
I understand. Did you notice any blood on the floor around the victim?
Yes.
What'd you see?
There was a lot of blood pooling below the victim.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant was escorted out of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, had EMS arrived on scene yet at this point?
At some point they did.
Okay. And when EMS arrives on the scene, did they just walk into the scene, or do they have to be allowed in?
They have to be, the scene has to be cleared for EMS to come in.
Okay, why? Can you explain to the jury why they do that?
So in a situation involving something like a firearm, it could be dangerous for EMS who don't have any way to protect themselves. So law enforcement arrives on scene first and make sure it's safe for them before they come in.
And once you get the all clear that's safe, then the EMS can come in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before the defendant was escorted out of the house, did he say anything about another firearm?
He did not. Not that I can recall, at least.
Okay. Do you remember, was a firearm ever located in the victim's lap?
Yes.
Okay, just
I'm just trying to look like Zach. Stop hating Danny.
describe how you guys discovered that. What happened?
When one of the officers mentioned that there was a firearm sitting in her lap, and that's when it brought it to my attention.
Okay. And what happened with that firearm?
I removed the firearm from her lap and set it on the table.
Okay, just describe to the jury how you did that.
With the gloves on, I went and I grabbed the bottom of the grip, and I carefully picked it up and moved it and set it on the dining room.
We're just watching from another trial while we're waiting for our trial to come back. Quite surprisingly, they actually been out for a long time. Yeah, officially now, the sentencing part has taken longer than the guilty part.
Table.
What kind of firearm was that?
It was a Glock handgun.
Describe the condition of that gun.
The slide was forward. It did not have a magazine.
How was the victim dressed or covered?
The victim was naked.
Okay. Did she have anything covering any part of her body?
Not that I can remember.
Is that a thing? Naked gun cleaning? We had to have coveralls on when we did it in the army because they found out that gun oil they bought that would be very, very good. It was really, really cancerous. So we couldn't touch it without hands and special clothes on. So are you sitting home field stripping and also cleaning your weapons? Yeah, but the lunch was supposed to be delivered 2 hours ago. Yeah, well, apparently pew into the face.
Once the scene was cleared and the medical personnel came inside the house, was anything done with the table to give law enforcement EMS better access to the victim?
Yes, the table was pushed from where it was in the center of the dining room up to where you see it in the photographs.
What did EMS do to try to treat the victim?
If I recall correctly, EMS looked at her and determined that she was deceased.
And what did you do while EMS was doing that process?
I stood by and made sure that no one manipulated the rifle that was on the table.
True that.
Once EMS confirmed she was deceased, what was done with the victim's body?
She was lowered to the ground and covered with, I believe, a blanket.
Showing you photograph 3 from States 2. What does this show?
That shows the crime scene.
You said earlier that the chairs and the table had been moved to give better access to the victim. Can you describe to the jury how the table that we see in the photograph, is this how it appeared after you moved it?
Yes, sir.
How was it positioned before?
The table was originally in the center of the dining room, kind of lined up with the window in the back.
And the chair that we see at the threshold of the kitchen, what is that chair?
That chair was the chair that the victim was sitting on originally.
Did you have a body camera on at the time?
Yes.
What is a body camera?
Body camera is a device that records video from the point of view of the officer.
Was it actively recording at the time?
It was.
Showing up to Marcus States Exhibit C for identification. You recognize that is?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed it and I initialed it.
And does that just fairly and accurately depict the portion of your body cam we discussed?
It does.
This time statement move C into evidence of Stage 3.
No objection. Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State C will be admitted evidence of State Exhibit 3.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That was a little loud.
I need medics right now. No! No! I knew we should have been fucking doing this! Please, no!
Somebody's over here.
She has one. I don't know why we're fucking doing this. She kept trying to fucking teach me. No! I didn't want her to fucking be doing it. God damn it!
I'm just gonna watch it. I don't want to move it for administrator.
No! Liberty, go down. Get away. No. Fuck. Can I put my dog's friend? Just leave it alone. Make sure she doesn't get out, okay?
Let's get her. How far is he in myself? Find that first.
606, look at Johnny, you must be.
Clear away from moving street.
No, I don't.
Move her hand. There's a single zero on her lap. Don't move her hand. Don't look for the zero. Be careful. All right.
Was that the firearm that we just saw?
Yes.
That you moved?
Yes.
Show me what the Marcus States Exhibit D as in dog. You recognize
I
that
thought
photograph?
I do.
Is that the same
we should
person?
wait
Saw
for the
States
body
D?
cam.
Yes.
That wasn't a lot of
Statement
body
of
cam.
States D into evidence of States 4.
No objection. Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State Exhibit D will be admitted evidence of State Exhibit 4.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
May I please record? Yes, sir.
Good morning.
You okay?
Yes, sir. Just have a cold.
There's a whole lot of coughing going on in here.
Mhm.
Based on your body camera video, would you agree you were the third one in the door?
Yes.
And one of the ones ahead of you was coughing.
Yes.
Bald, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Boileau, when you came through the door, was standing next to Miss Wright, holding her. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he was covered in her blood.
Yes.
And frantic
He was.
and distraught.
Yes, sir.
What was the first thing you heard him say?
No. No.
And then somebody asked him about guns
Yes.
right away. And what did he say?
I believe he told us where the two firearms were.
Right off the bat. He said, there's one in her lap. And then he pointed at the table and he said, there's one right there. You didn't remember that when you first began to testify.
I did not recall that.
So the reason you knew there was a gun in her lap is because he told you there was a gun in her lap.
Yes, sir.
And then you did a quick check of the other rooms, make sure there wasn't anybody else in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at about that point, when you got back into that kitchen area, dining room area, somebody told Mr. Boylou to let her go, right?
I can't recall that exactly.
Well, it's pretty evident. He was waved away from her. Did you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then he went to the living room area, right?
Yes.
And Officer LeBay was with him, right?
I can't recall what Officer LeBay
Dark
did.
hair, big, thick, black glasses.
Yes, I know who
That's
Officer.
LeBay, right?
Yes, but I don't recall what he did.
You didn't see him?
I was looking at the victim in the video.
And within a minute or two, somebody tells Mr. Boylou to get out of the house.
Well,
Yes.
we have some
Yes.
time.
And you picked up the handgun from her lap.
Yes.
You had to move her hand.
I
Oh,
cannot
yes,
recall if I had to
Atmos
move her
fan
hand or not.
And Lego fans.
Where'd you put the handgun?
I put it on the dining room table.
When you picked it up, how was it positioned in her lap?
I believe it was positioned facing her.
What does that mean? Can you describe?
So I would say the trigger guard was facing her.
Closer to her torso? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So it was on right side.
On Wednesday, we do arms because if you want to play Swedish golf and not have to retrieve your ball, your arms better be effing swole. Wouldn't your aim have to be better? So you don't have to go out in the rough? Is it a thing that I can Google, or should I just think that you're talking about lefty being on a golf course and hitting it into the rough?
Left side.
I can't recall exactly which side it was on. It was in her lap.
Okay, well, we watched you pick it up on the video.
Mhm.
But the trigger was closer to.
I cannot recall exactly where the trigger was.
Okay. And you grabbed it by the grip
Yes.
and then laid it on the table,
Yes, sir.
No.
which had
that's
already been moved.
Nothing
That
popping.
Table itself.
Thank God.
There was no EMS there. That table was 3 feet from where it originally was. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because somebody shoved it over there. Right?
That's correct.
Was that Officer LeBay?
I believe it was Officer LeBay and I.
And somebody shoved the sofa? And somebody shoved the table next to the sofa?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or not.
And how many different police officers were in that house
I don't know.
before the first evidence officer arrived?
I don't know the exact number of officers.
Would 10 sound about right?
I don't want to speculate.
And you say the handgun that you took from Miss Wright's lap had no magazine and was not otherwise loaded as far as you could tell.
I did not know if it was loaded or not.
But it had no magazine.
Had no magazine in it.
I do not have any more questions. Thank you.
Brandon,
Council state any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Members of the jury, any of y'all have questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your hand. All right, see no.
oh yeah, this is one of, it's almost as bad as Malaysia. Malaysia wasn't that bad. That was just swinging a crippled person around. This one wasn't good. Can we see? Crime scene photo.
These are the photographs that I took of the scene.
All right, and are those photographs fair and accurate depictions of what you observed, what you marked for evidence, and ultimately ended up collecting?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as G for identification as State 7.
No objection.
Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit G will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 7.
And Your Honor, I'm going to obviously publish it kind of as we go, if that's okay with you.
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the first photo and State 7. Can you just kind of briefly explain to us what exactly we're looking at here?
This is the dining room table with the evidence markers that I described placed down.
Okay, and are those evidence markers those yellow things we see with the giant letters on them?
Yes.
So obviously there's kind of a lot we're looking at here on the table, but what is the purpose of those evidence markers that we see in this photograph? Is it to kind of draw our attention to those items?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to go through that. Do you end up collecting the items that are at each evidence marker?
Yes.
Okay. So let's kind of go through those one by one. I'm going to go to photograph 2. Can you just tell the members of the jury what we're looking at here?
It is a 9mm Glock firearm.
And did you end
I took the first video that said anything about photos. The rest was opening statements.
up collecting that firearm?
Yes.
Now, when I'm asking you the question of do you collect these items for evidence, can you kind of walk us just briefly through that process of what that means to collect items and how that's stored in evidence and what that looks like?
So when you collect an item, you place it in a bag, whether it be plastic or paper, depending on what the evidence is, and then you will submit it into the case file at the police department.
And Your Honor, I'm going to now show defense what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit H for identification. And I'm going to give you, I have a little cutter here if you need to cut the tape or anything. Is if you don't mind, if you can open that up and let me know if you recognize it without showing it to the jury yet.
You can get what you want. You don't have to yell at me. It's scream at Baker Day today. If I can find the video. There's a police interview. You want to watch the police interview, or do you want to watch him on the stand? Yeah, that's the important question, but the ladies don't want to have the important questions. Do they have a long? This is from. No, that's day 1. We need day 2. That's day 2. He testifies, or was it day 1?
States 25.
Counsel. Oh,
so
no. I need to find number 2. There it is. I believe it's on this one.
Pretty much any day we had off.
So, don't yell at me anymore. You got what you wanted. Oh, shit. No! Fuck. Ah, shit. No, my mouse doesn't work now.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Freeman?
While the jurors are getting rounded up, I did want to thank everybody in the audience for your appropriate in-court behavior yesterday. I don't know that I've ever been part of a trial where there have been this many people, all of whom have been appropriate. So thank you. Counsel, y'all proceed.
First, good morning, welcome back. When we separated yesterday, I instructed all of you to not try to investigate or learn about the case, including the use of electronic devices, to not watch any news media or engage in social media use or anything like that. Have all of you been able to follow those instructions?
Yes.
Did anybody happen to, in the course of the night, come across any information about this case on the internet or otherwise? So raise your hands. All right. Thank you for following my instructions. All right, very good. We'll go ahead and proceed then. Mr. Patty, you can call your first witness.
Defense would call Leslie Dale Boylu Jr.
Come on up, sir. I do. Be seated.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
All right, would you state your full name, please?
Leslie Dale Boylu Jr.,
How old are you, Dale?
33.
Are you employed right now?
I am. I'm
What are you doing for a living?
working at a fabrication shop learning how to weld.
And you used to work for the Marion County Sheriff's Office, is that
I did.
right? How long did you work for the sheriff?
8 years.
And you were terminated as a result of the incident that we're here about today.
I was.
What were your duties at the time that you left the sheriff's office?
I was a patrol deputy.
How much did you weigh in September of 2024?
210, 215 pounds.
Okay. So it looks like you've lost a considerable amount of weight.
A little bit.
Okay. How tall are you?
5'6".
In September of 2024, how long had you lived in the house on 32nd Avenue?
About 5 years.
Did you own it or rent it?
I had a mortgage.
How did you meet Paulina Wright?
We initially met on a dating app, and then we eventually met in person downtown a couple weeks after.
How did the first meeting go?
Went well.
Did you begin to see each other at that point?
Yeah.
At the time of her death, how long had you been dating Paulina?
About 2 years.
Tell us about her.
She was a great person. She was modest. She was respectful. She was loyal. She encouraged me to be a better person. She was just naturally beautiful.
Had you met her parents?
I did.
How often would you see her parents?
Every now and then.
Did they live in Marion County?
No, they didn't.
Where did they live?
I believe it's Citrus County, Florida City.
Did you have some knowledge of Paulina's upbringing?
Yeah, she told me.
What did she tell you?
She went basically through her entire childhood. We both did. She was adopted from Russia when she was 6 or 7. She has a twin sister and a brother that was adopted with her.
So the Wrights adopted her?
Yeah.
From Russia?
Yeah.
Did she have other siblings within the Wright family?
Yeah, she did.
Was she working in September of 2024?
She was.
What was she do? What did she do for a living?
She worked as basically, I would say, a secretary for a company out in the shore. She did their billing and purchasing and payroll and stuff like that. She was working on, actually in September, transferring over to a new job.
Do you know if she'd been to college?
I believe so, yes.
Did she have any kind of degree that you were aware of?
I believe she had an AA degree from CF.
And you said you'd been together for 2 years. Had you begun to discuss marriage at all?
We kind of joked about it, but it was obviously on the table. We were working towards that. You don't date someone for 2 years and not have that on the table, basically.
What were your living arrangements by September of 2024?
she was free to come and go as she pleased. She was still in her lease at an apartment complex, but we were actively speaking on, and it was going to be like
Light has turned on, and I cleaned my table from all the energy drink I just poured on it, and my camera just crapped out again. Stop doing that. Oh, shit. And my camera switched on again. That's nice. Light is on. Yesterday, that meant that we had a verdict. So, light turned off. Do we have a sentencing? Doo-doo-doo. What? Is it sentencing? Let me see if Cathy Russo has anything. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. Bum, 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 bum. I'll let you watch while I try to see if this was something or it just was nothing.
her lease was up. She was going to be living with me full time.
Did she have a key to your house?
She did.
Let's talk about September 19th. What did you do that day?
We met up probably around 9 or 10 o'clock that morning.
How did you meet up?
She came over to my house. It was pretty standard. I was going into my long weekend of work, so pretty much any day we had off before that, we try to hang out. So it was a pretty typical day for us. We went out to lunch, hit a couple stores, and then was just hanging out around the house.
Where did you go to lunch?
Longhorn Steakhouse.
Was any alcohol consumed at lunch?
No.
Where did you go after lunch?
If I remember correctly, we went to Target and I think TJ Maxx, and then we came home.
And what did you do when you got home?
We just hung out, just watched TV.
All right. At some point that late afternoon or evening, did you decide to go out to dinner?
We did.
How
Maybe
did
it
you
was
choose
false
the
alarm.
Mexican place?
We talked about a couple different options and we landed on Mexican food. It was extremely close to the house and we didn't really want to.
Had you been there before?
Yeah.
So you ordered food and margaritas.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the drinks.
Well, we normally get one margarita when we're there because it's a large margarita. But it was 2 for 1s that night when we walked in. So and they were taking a while. We were there over an hour. So we just started ordering the 2 for 1 margaritas and we landed on 3 by the time we were done.
How were they serving them?
And like little mug gauntlet things.
Okay. And 6 of them cost you $26.94. Is that right?
Yeah.
So that was less than $4.50 each.
Sounds about right.
Did they taste like they had any alcohol in them?
They taste a lot like sour mix, but
Okay.
I don't drink margaritas because it has tequila in it, and I can't stand tequila. I gag the instant I get just a whiff of it. But if you pay $4 for a drink, you probably are not getting a double. That's why they'll offer 2 for 1 because it's just sour mix.
Now, the check
Hey, little D.
that Detective Kern was able to obtain said your tab was opened at about 7:30 and then closed at 8.
The light just was on for a second. I don't know what's going on.
32 p.m. What did you do when you left the restaurant?
We drove straight home.
How
Tastes
far
like
from
sour
the
milk
house
to me.
is the restaurant?
5 minutes, easy.
Okay. And what did the two of you do when you got back home?
Not if you pay $4.
We
for them.
changed. I don't really know what she was doing. She was doing her stuff, taking care of her cat. I fed my dog. That's when I came out to the living room and
Was that a euphemism? Because I saw the Cardi B trial, and I know what cat means. She took care of her cat. Revving the engine because you needed a little help to get her across the finishing line, maybe. Yeah, well, probably even the starting line.
on the football game and started doing the gun stuff.
Okay. Now, you changed out of whatever you had worn to the restaurant?
Correct.
I'm sorry, but we now have changed to the seal, so it seems like we do have a sentencing. That's normally what happens when they go to the seal. That's what happened yesterday. Well, I can give you a little more, just so Sue stops yelling.
On the video?
Correct.
Okay. And Paulina had a blanket on and nothing else?
Correct.
Was that normal?
At this point in the relationship, yes.
Okay. So that was typical for her once she got home and got comfortable, was to disrobe and grab a blanket?
I wouldn't say 100% of the time, but it was very common.
Okay. Did you have any more alcohol when you got back home?
No.
Oh my. We're going to join Rista's
Now,
mom in the
you
shower.
called 911 at 10:52 p.m.
Yes.
I'd like you to walk us through that 2.5 hour period of time from the point you got.
And we have a judge. We're going to stay here. We're going to stay here because Judge McJudge's face is in here right now. Why get your clothes dirty with all the oil from cleaning pew-pews? Exactly. We only cleaned pew-pews while I was in the Army and Navy. So we kept our clothes on. We actually put extra clothes on because, yeah. When you're sitting there with 16 other guys, you don't really want to see what concealed weaponry the other guys are packing. Come on, give us the sentencing. It's almost 9 o'clock. I could maybe catch an episode of the new season of Tulsa King. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. There haven't been any jury questions in this case at all. And yesterday, when they did the same thing, it was because there was a verdict. Tulsa King is a great show. And I saw that there was a new season had dropped. But I normally wait till every episode is out and just binge him. Anyone watch Black Rabbit? Nope. Never heard about it. Move on, move on, move on. Let's get to it, do it, let's get to it. Let's get do it, do it. Well, the Care Read stuff is kind of the same. Middle school stuff. No, but something is happening because we have audio now. She looks pissed.
Mr. Massey, Ms. Hughes, was kind enough to prepare the order for pre-sentence report. And I think we all agreed that we would show up for a report on October 31st if necessary, right? The hearing is set for, she wrote on here November 3rd, but I thought we agreed on November 12th.
You're in the courtroom?
Yes.
You may be seated. It is my understanding that a decision has been reached. Yes?
That's correct.
And is it unanimous?
Yes.
And all signatures are affixed to the document?
Yes.
If you'll please provide that document to Deputy Moore. Thank you. I told you when this started that I needed you to do this job. Thank you. You may be excused.
Jurors excused. Like step.
Oh, they're not even in there when they are reading the sentencing.
Mr. Isabelle, according to the documents provided by the foreperson of this jury, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven the following: aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. You will return to this court on October 31st for the status report on the remaining charges. As to count 2, life imprisonment. As to count 1 was an automatic life sentence. And we'll pick up on counts 4 and 5, the aggravated child abuse and the especially aggravated kidnapping, on November 12th for a sentencing hearing after receiving this pre-sentence report. Thank you.
What was that?
You are adjourned.
All rise.
He was found guilty. He was sentenced with the aggravating. So that was it. Life imprisonment on the first two charges. They're coming back to discuss charge 3 and 4 in October
Oh.
to figure out how much time he has to serve, which will be absolutely unimportant because this guy is going to go to prison dodging these for 50 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That was it.
That's so exciting.
Nah, it was a little flat, but hey, it took them longer to figure out if there was aggravated factors than to figure out that he was guilty.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he had 2 life without parole on the 2 murder cases. The rest is just X, Y, or C. It was just to figure out if there was aggravating or non-aggravating factors in those cases.
Wow.
Because if one of the others are overturned, then potentially these ones can keep him in prison. It's not uncommon that some charges will be overturned because of new evidence. So that's why you charge all of it. You don't just say, well, 1 life sentence, that's enough. Yeah, well, if that gets overturned and you could potentially have gotten him on 2 more, then you have to start the whole circus over. That's why you find them guilty in as much as you can. It was anticlimactic, but justice was served. I agree, John Gary.
Yeah.
They have it again. They didn't have it at that time, so he won't. It hasn't been a DP case. So yeah, that's what it is. Jamie, I think tomorrow if I go live, I'll play the rest of that thing that we just watched a little bit about, and then I think I'll go to bed before midnight tonight, and so Sue can't yell at me.
Yeah, because you had a long one yesterday, didn't you?
Apparently I didn't, and I was just sitting on Twitch all night, and I should just stop whining and try not being a little biatch. I'm directly quoting Sue from that statement.
I mean, Sue's not wrong. Don't get quiet on me. What? All
That's
these
how-
women in your life. I mean,
Yeah, as I say, it's just like being married. No titlets, pics, and a lot of yelling.
yep.
Jamie, get out of here. I'll be offline before 9 for once in my life. I don't know how much we're going to stream tomorrow. I have to set up my computer for my baking stream Friday, but if we go live, I will show you the rest of that weird dweeps. And if I wake early, there might be a night stream tonight. But no promises.
Hey, you're doing a baking stream on Friday?
You should watch the show. I said it a million times yesterday. I'm going to bake blueberry muffins.
Yesterday I had a rough day. I didn't even get to watch you. Blueberry muffins, I'm so excited.
Well, it's not going to be American style. It's going to be European style, so they are flatter than yours. But no, it's actually true that Americans, you put so much racing shit in it that they'll be those massive ones. Our cupcakes are just flat little nice things that you eat with your bread. So that's good. But I'm going to do that because I have to deliver that before Saturday. So yeah, I'm going to do that Friday. Tomorrow, potentially, if I'm streaming and I'm not thinking, well, F it, I'm just going to sleep. We're going to show a little bit of that one. And that's what it's going to be. Go out, kick a sack if you meet a sack, because he's annoying.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love. Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.